Morning. Welcome to the Board of Trustees meeting. I'd like to remind everyone that this meeting is covered by the Florida Sunshine Law, and members of the public and press are invited to attend. For those trustees joining us virtually today, please mute your microphone when you're not speaking, and state your name first when asking a question or making a comment. If you have issues being recognized, please text Karen. She'll correct the issue in real time. Thank you. Karen, will you please call the roll?
Chair Beverly C.
Here.
Vice Chair Harold Mills.
Good morning.
Good morning. Trustee Tiffany Altizer.
Here.
Trustee Bill Christie.
Here.
Trustee Jeff Condello.
Here.
Trustee Joseph Conti.
Here.
Trustee Danny Gaikwad.
Here for a long time.
Thank you, sir. Happy birthday. Trustee Joseph Harrington.
Here.
Trustee Sabrina LaRosa.
Here.
Trustee Alex Martins.
Here.
Trustee Carol McAlpin.
Here.
Trustee Michael O'Cady.
Here.
Trustee John Sproles.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Karen. Do we have any public comment?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have 4 requests for public comment. The first is Professor Teresa Walsh.
Good morning, trustees. I am Terry Walsh, an experienced 20-year tenured professor and program manager of accounting at Florida State College. I hold 3 degrees from UCF. I am a former PwC auditor. My program over my tenure has graduated over 20,000, many at-risk students, in which 13,000 students have transferred to UCF with about 350 CPAs right now here in the area. I have seen miracles happen with students in achieving economic prosperity when they are given high standards and solid teaching and motivation. I am joining my voice with many students, parents, and community leaders. We have now over 1,022 and growing against the lack of teachers teaching and the huge class sizes, especially in the COBA, College of Business, as well as other areas. I would also like the trustees to know that there was a resolution passed by the prior student government leadership under Kyler Gray condemning the College of Business for forcing students to be in an invented pedagogy to justify bloated classes of about 1,200 students. Disgusting. Students and grad assistants have been to the current and previous provost office to beg for teachers and smaller class sizes for others, not for themselves. They've graduated, most of them, and have excellent jobs, most in the CPA profession. Trustees, you must govern and look at the research spending by departments objectively. Don't allow reclassification of research costs away from the people that have made irresponsible research hiring decisions. For example, you will find the College of Business is spending in excess of $17 million away from undergraduates in research and recovering, very important recovery, about $450,000 in grants per year. Be aware that researchers essentially do not teach many undergraduates, and the real heroes are the lecturers who have the burden of the huge teaching loads and the lower salaries. And I bet today, just like last year during COVID in the consent agenda, you are being asked to approve hiring more tenured research faculty into departments that possibly the recovery rates are so appallingly low and the research becomes the financial burden of the undergraduates. A major research institution can only be credibly built on a foundation of excellent undergraduate programs. Trustees, you must govern for all students, not just graduate programs. While UCF has a great professed mission to serve a large, diverse student population, and many are coming in with a minimum from the transfer schools of only a 2-point GPA, which is more lenient than most universities, I credit UCF. But these amazing students that I have spent almost a lifetime, 20 years, they have life circumstances that create more need for resources, not less. More teaching faculty, not less. Yet UCF spends, per the most recent Department of iPads granted 2 years, that's the most recent, less than $10,000 per undergraduate. UF, which has the most restrictive admission standards, spends $21,000 in the same population data. FSU spends $15,000. UCF's under $10,000, maybe a little higher, maybe. This is an equity situation that desperately needs to be corrected, an endemic of horrific financial management that should not be allowed to occur. Does this make any sense to you to admit everyone and spend less than most of the universities on them and have the largest student-faculty ratio in the state and among the largest in the country? I will be back with the coalition. Thank you, trustees. But there is power in saying no or not yet until undergraduates are served. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Walsh. Our next public comment speaker is Jonathan Alsaka.
Good morning. My name is Jonathan Alsaka. I'm a senior pre-economics major. I would first of all like to thank the board for allowing me to speak today. The reason I'm here today is to express concern of the inequity for employed students like myself in the College of Business. As you may know, back in the fall semester, classes were moved completely online due to COVID, and as an employed student like many others, I had to manage my studies with my work schedule. And although some professors were very supportive and accommodating due to the circumstances, others seemingly were not. In one of my courses, I had an 88% grade average leading into the final exam. The exam window was in the morning, overlapping my work schedule. Now, in order to meet my obligations, I normally plan to take my exams during my lunch break, which I had done with the prior 2 exams without any issue. However, when I arrived at my office after an appointment that morning, the internet connection was down. While normally if classes were not hindered by COVID, the testing window would be open until 11:59 at night at the testing center, which allows employed students to take the exam after work without any issues. I had contacted the professor to see if there was any way I could arrange a makeup exam, and evidently she would not allow a makeup exam. Although there are allowed makeup attempts for the first 2 exams, I then went to the College of Business and appealed this issue to the college. I finally received a decision after 4 months of going back and forth, which a makeup attempt was ultimately denied by the vice provost. In her decision letter, she had claimed that she did not take into account a letter from an ad hoc committee and went ahead and decided upon the appeal, in which this violates the standard procedure for an appeal in section 5.016 of the Golden Rule, which accounts for a committee being created to hear an appeal. I have come to the board in order to seek an equitable solution for the situation, and I hope to hear back regarding this issue. This course is a prerequisite in hindering me from graduating on time, and I believe there are other students in the same boat. Thank you. I would also like to hand out a couple of packets I created to the board.
Thank you. Our next public comment speaker is Ashley Stickle.
Yeah, thank you.
Good enough? All right. How's everybody doing this morning? Pretty good? All right. So I am an ex-student of UCF. I was in the accounting program here, and I left during COVID. I transferred to another school here in Florida for the accounting program, given that over numerous times I've spoken to you guys, and nothing has changed. I chose to go a different route, one that has smaller classes, one that does hybrid, one that does faster terms. We do 5-week classes. So I take 4 classes a semester, boom, 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 I'm done, half the cost. And when I'm done, I can start studying for the CPA exam and eventually sit. I also work at one of the top accounting firms here as an intern, which I did not get while working at UCF. I got that on my own name, thankfully, and my own work ethic. What I'm here to tell you guys is we get UCF students in at our accounting firm, and I deter them away from UCF. Because of everything going on, the online, the lack of teaching. They come in, they don't know. I'm teaching students how to work a software program. I'm teaching students how to do accounting stuff. They're not learning that here at UCF. And if I can, I hate to tell you guys this, but if I can take the same class at half the cost and get a better outcome, why wouldn't I tell anybody to leave UCF? I find this a repeating process of me having to come and speak, and I'm like telling you guys, but I've already taken 600 from you guys. I'll take more. It's not like I don't want to be at UCF, or UCF used to have this name of graduate from UCF. We have the greatest accounting program. No, you don't. You're just a name. You're just a big university with a bunch of students that we're just a number. We're not appreciated. So which is why they're all leaving. I would highly recommend that you guys take a look at your accounting program and your teaching ways of getting students ready for the future. I literally just wrote a paper on how, when they get into the workforce, this isn't just UCF, this is other schools as well. we're not taught the accounting software systems in order ready to go. We're great, we got the concepts down, but we don't know how to use that going forward, which kind of pushes everybody back, which deters a lot of companies from hiring any new students, because you need experience. Well, there's no experience. So my biggest concern though really is start putting your students first. They're paying to come here, give them that education that you guys used to be known for. Maybe people will want to start coming back instead of just going away and transferring in and then leaving. Because it's not that they can't cut it, it's just that they're not getting the interaction that they want from everybody else, and that's when you need it, is when you want to ask your professor a question, you can't ask them. You're online, you're in a Zoom class, or they can't express themselves. It's all taken away. So I would just really start looking into ways to better your accounting program, or your business accounting program in general.
Thank you. Our final public comment speaker is Kathleen Haas.
Good morning, Board of Trustees. I have an unprepared statement. My name is Kathy Haas. I am a fired, retired, certified UCF whistleblower, fired by Dean Paul Jarley on January 6, 2021, with 13 other of my colleagues. We were fired without cause while in good standing. I was fired after 20 years of public service. Excuse me for being emotional. I wasn't prepared to make this statement today. I know that one of my colleagues had 33 years in that was fired. So I'm not the one with the most decades in that was fired from the College of Business by Dean Paul Jarley. My union rep told me that he violated the union contract, that he violated UCF Board of Governor regulations, and through my own research, I found a law under Department of Management Services that he may have allegedly broken under Florida statutes. My understanding of Florida statute law is that Florida state employees cannot be terminated without cause. However, on January 6, 2021, Dean Paul Jarley terminated 14 of us while we were in good standing without cause. We earned the merit bonus that we never received because it was dispersed on January 8 and we were fired on January 6, 2021. In my case, I was in drop at the age of 62 years old. I am now 63. It has occurred to me that I may be the first UCF drop employee in UCF history to be fired without cause while in good standing. This is my distinction upon leaving UCF. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Madam Chair, that concludes our request for public comment.
Thank you all. Trustees, the minutes from the February 18, 2021 meeting were included in your meeting materials. Is there a motion to approve the minutes as presented?
So moved.
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Conti. Any discussion about the minutes? Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Minutes are approved. Trustees, first, I'm pleased to acknowledge that Ken Bradley is here with us today, and I'd like to thank and recognize him for his valuable service to the university. Ken was appointed to this board by Governor Rick Scott in 2016 and has served his alma mater with great passion. During his board tenure, Ken served as a member of several DSO boards and the Digital Learning Course Redesign Initiative Advisory Board. Most recently, he chaired the Educational Programs Committee. Ken's always been a tireless advocate for students and has given much of his time to speak to students about lessons in life and leadership. Last fall, he served as the keynote speaker during the President's Leadership Council retreat, and just recently, Ken addressed our students and faculty during the Student Research Week Awards ceremony. In addition to his UCF service, Ken has been a longstanding community builder and a civic leader. Finally, you can always count on seeing Ken cheering on the Knights at football games and other athletics events. President Cartwright also has some comments about Ken he'd like to share.
Thank you, Chair C. When I first met Trustee Bradley, what I recognized was someone who had a great appreciation for the humanity of everything that we are doing as an institution. And I was equally surprised when I think it was maybe the first EBC meeting where people were allowed to, I don't remember who it was allowed to, of course, share their inspirational moment of who actually made a difference in their lives. That actually speaks a lot to who Ken Bradley is. It speaks to someone who not only is a successful person, but cares about the people that he was serving on this board. And we're fortunate. We're a better institution because we have people like him on this board. And so thank you so much. Thank you for all of your service. And I look forward to continuing a friendship with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken, for your service to UCF and your passion and dedication to students. Would you please join the President and me for a photo and receive a special gift of appreciation?
Thank you all.
So this is the last official board meeting for Trustee Sabrina LaRosa, and it's my pleasure to recognize her service to this board. Sabrina, you've served your university well during an unprecedented time in UCF's history, and thank you for your leadership and ensuring the student voices were heard throughout the entire COVID-19 impact on our university and many other important issues. Also, thank you for taking an innovative approach to student engagement for the past 2 semesters and representing UCF so well among your peers. I wish you well in your future endeavors and all that lies ahead in your professional career. President Cartwright would also like to say a few remarks.
It is always a pleasure to work with outstanding students at this institution, and Sabrina LaRosa represents the best of our students. She's someone that, when I first got here, and she then became the student representative to the Board of Trustees, it was obvious to me that this is someone who had incredible potential, but also was thinking very much about her fellow students, the people that she felt that she served. And as we went through the entire pandemic, COVID, she was always there to encourage that we have a watch party at the stadium, or we try to figure out other ways that we could bring students together, because she recognized how important it was for our students to actually see each other and to be with each other. She is a leader, and I look forward to her accomplishing great things in the future, and we'll have her back when she is done with all of the graduate school or whatever else she ends up doing. Thank you. Thank you so much for everything that you've done for UCF.
Thank you again for your service to our university and your passion and dedication to our students. Would you please join the President and me for a picture? Trustees, you may have noticed a familiar face at our board table this morning. On March 12th, Governor DeSantis announced the reappointment of Alex Martins to the Board of Trustees, effective immediately. So good to see you back.
It's great to be back. Thank you.
Trustee Martins previously served as the Board of Governors appointee and terminated that term concluded that term in January. So again, just let's all welcome Alex back to our board.
Thank you.
I also want to thank our new trustees, Trustee Altizer, Christian Condello, for all your efforts to help our university since you were appointed in the spring. It's really been noticeable and remarkable how much you all have contributed so quickly. We appreciate all the offering of this expertise and your networks, and we really look forward to seeing all that you can do for us in the future and coming months. I know President Cartwright has told me many times about the individual efforts and the contributions and the quick results that you've brought to support us. Also, I'm pleased to share that our incoming student government president's in the audience observing today's meeting. Meg Hall, would you please rise so everyone can acknowledge you? Meg will be sworn into office on May 10th. So thank you for being here today, and we really look forward to working with you, Meg. On behalf of the board, I also want to recognize the outstanding students who won Order of Pegasus honors and the many talented faculty and students who earned Founders Day honors for their academic achievements. You'll meet some of those student winners today, and President Cartwright will share much more about these prestigious honors and our winners. You also can read more about our accomplished students and faculty in this meeting's 2 editions of 5 Things to Know, which are part of your board packets. Following our committee reports today, you'll hear from President Cartwright on his plans for our senior leadership team to better position UCF to become a leading metropolitan research university. We also will discuss updates from administration and finance and UCF IT that are focused on allowing us to be more efficient and effective so we can focus more on our core academic mission. We also will discuss our board's self-assessment survey, results and recommendations, and the framework and process for a new strategic plan for the university. Finally, as we enter our last quarter of a challenging fiscal year, we have the opportunity not to return to normal, but to return to better. These challenging times have brought our state universities closer together as we've collaborated through the entire COVID-19 pandemic, sharing best practices that benefit our students and working under the guidance of the Board of Governors. In furthering our collaborative efforts and information sharing, I want to make sure that this board is aware and engaged in priority issues of the Board of Governors. During the Board of Governors March meeting, UCF received accolades for the 98% participation of our faculty and staff in a system-wide mental health literacy program called Cognito. This training helps our faculty and staff better understand how to identify a student who may be experiencing psychological distress and how to refer them for help. The Board of Governors established a target for each university to achieve at least a 95% training completion rate, and as I mentioned, UCF exceeded that with 98%, the second highest in the system. I'm sure we'll hit 100% soon. At our size, that's truly an accomplishment, and it'll help our students who are struggling to get the support that they need. I want to thank all of the university leaders, faculty, and staff who made this training a top priority. Also at the March meeting, the Board of Governors Task Force on Academic and Workforce Alignment heard from Florida's aerospace industry leaders on future talent needs and how the state university system can address them. Aviation Week ranks UCF number 2 for its graduates having the skills needed by employers in the aerospace and defense industry, second to Georgia Tech. And for 6 years in a row, UCF is the number 1 supplier of engineering talent to the aerospace and defense industries. The Board of Governors Office regularly conducts an environmental scan to identify labor market demand for university graduates. Several economic and workforce-related reports are reviewed during this process, and trends are identified to assist in updating the board's official list of academic programs of strategic emphasis. This process identifies occupational areas with high demand for post-secondary graduates and provides an opportunity to identify emerging and evolving business sectors and occupations. As you may know, 2 of the 10 performance funding metrics measure the number of baccalaureate and graduate degrees awarded within these programs. UCF scores a perfect 10 for both the bachelor's and graduate degrees in programs of strategic emphasis. We have much to be proud of, and I look forward to regular opportunities for this board to discuss the alignment between the Board of Governors' priority issues and goals and UCF's contributions to achieving these goals. I now want to share a short video with all of you. This video is being shared with state lawmakers to underscore UCF's important role as a highly productive partner in our regions and states' economic development. Will you please play the video?
When I think of UCF, I think about opportunity, access, and advancing broad-based prosperity. UCF played an instrumental role in the U.S. space program and still does. That institution of talent, particularly in the areas of engineering and technology, have fueled the growth of our economy here in Central Florida, as demonstrated by the thousands of employees here and the thousands of UCF graduates at Lockheed Martin, Siemens, and even Luminar, who went public just this year. The UCF's played a big role in our economy here in Central Florida and throughout the state, and they will continue to do so as companies have identified talent as the most important criteria when expanding or relocating businesses.
Orlando Health has a long-standing relationship with the University of Central Florida. We value our partnership with the UCF College of Nursing, and we work together towards meeting Central Florida's future nursing workforce needs. Our partnership includes the Orlando Health Endowed Nursing Professorship, currently filled by the College of Nursing Dean, Dr. Mary Lou Soul. We also sponsor Honor in the Major scholarships, and we have an annual Orlando Health Nursing Lecture Series. Personally, as an alumni with my Doctorate of Nursing practice, I know the value UCF brings to my work and to Orlando Health every day. Go Knights.
Hello, I'm George Cheros, President and CEO of the National Center for Simulation. Over the past 25 years, we have worked together with UCF and the state of Florida to invest $150 million to create 400,000 square feet of office and laboratory space in the Central Florida Research Park. The unique layout of Partnership 4 offered a platform for shared innovation and development of advanced technologies. At last year's ribbon cutting, I challenged both UCF and Team Orlando to capitalize on the state's strategic investments to provide the very best support for simulation and training programs. With the opening of the Technology Integration Facility and the Central Florida Tech Grove, you certainly have taken a giant leap forward. We are thrilled to support this joint collaboration effort of industry, academia, and government.
Knights. Before I invite President Cartwright to speak, I want to acknowledge that last week marked the 1-year anniversary of Alex and Melinda's arrival at UCF. It's been a challenging year, but on behalf of the board, we're so thankful that you are here, and we're excited about the future of UCF. President Cartwright, you're recognized for your report.
Thank you, Chair C, and thank you to everybody. As Chair C has stated, it's been a little over a year since I've been here, and I can say that, at least from the viewpoint of my wife Melinda and I, it's just such a perfect fit for us. We love being here. Every day I wake up thankful to actually be at UCF. And that is because when you look at UCF, what you see is the talent of our faculty, our staff, our students, and our commitment to collaboration, entrepreneurship. And I will say that we have an unending optimism about what is possible and what can be achieved. It's really remarkable. Our alumni, our supporters, they ensure our tremendous impact on society goes beyond just the Central Florida region, but goes around the world. And when you can couple remarkable talent with the support that's needed, and bring together compassion and love, that's when you can do special things. And this is a place that's able to do that. We've already accomplished remarkable things if you look at how much this institution has done in its short life. Then we know we'll be able to do even more into the future. I want to thank this board for entrusting me, giving me this opportunity, and we're grateful for your support, for your counsel, certainly over the past 12 months. I'm proud of what we're doing. I'm proud that we're making a lot of progress, even though each day you may not notice how much is being done. But as you look back, you're able to reflect and realize that quite a bit has actually been accomplished. So thank you. Thank you for allowing us to be here. Today, before I get into the details of my action report, I do want to acknowledge that today is Earth Day. And I want to acknowledge all of the remarkable work that is being done by our faculty and our staff and our students to ensure that we are always thinking about how we improve our environment and how we do more for our environment. We benefit tremendously in this region because of where we are, and we continue to honor that and to do as much as we can. So thank you to everybody at UCF that continues to make progress in environmental sciences. The last meeting I shared a number of updates about our students and faculty, and I'm happy to be able to do that again because as I keep thinking we won't set any more records, we keep setting records. Today, I'd like to highlight some new record achievements. The NSF Graduate Research Fellows Program, we received 16 NSF Graduate Research Fellowships. These are prestigious awards that go to the very top students in the country for them to pursue their graduate degrees across the nation and including at UCF. Last year we received 15, this year we received 16, and we had 7 honorable mentions this year. It is a 5-year award, and it supports them beyond their master's and into their doctoral degrees. I think it recognizes the amazing talent we have here. The Goldwater Scholars Program is, again, a highly prestigious scholarship, and we had 4 recipients this year. It is considered the most prestigious undergraduate scholarship in natural sciences, mathematics, and engineering in America. And to put the 4 recipients in context, we're tied for 4th in the country alongside such institutions as Harvard, MIT, Yale, and Johns Hopkins. Our previous record in this was 2 last year. So again, it speaks to how incredible our students are at this institution. One of the things that I have learned in the last year is that we have just remarkable students who not only are talented, but are highly driven for excellence. And you're going to see more of that in a little bit here. But I'm just so pleased to be a part of an institution that has such incredible students. The next one that I want to talk about is our Order of Pegasus. And at a ceremony on March 16th, we celebrated students that contribute to our growing excellence. And these are the recipients of UCF's highest student award, the Order of Pegasus. These were the students who were inducted in 2020 and 2021. And today I've invited 4 of these incredible students, 3 in person and 1 virtually, to share the impact of their UCF experience with us. So I'll introduce them, and then I'll ask a question and give them an opportunity to respond to us. The first person that I would like to introduce is Taylor Pryor, who is with us virtually. She majored in English literature and is now pursuing a doctorate in English literature and language at Cornell University. She is a United States Air Force veteran, a member of the Burnett Honors College, the College of Arts and Humanities Founders Day Award recipient, the Marlin Family Burnett Honors College First Generation Scholarship recipient, and the College of Arts and Humanities Honors Undergraduate Thesis Scholarship recipient. So today, Taylor, can you let us know, how has your UCF experience shaped your future?
Absolutely, and thank you so much for having me. So my UCF experiences have shaped my future in a myriad of ways. As an English literatures major, I've had the opportunity to participate in the Honors in the Major program and publish an honors thesis called This Woman's Work, which explored corrosive power structures, gendered labor, weariness, and their assets in Margaret Atwood's The Handmaid's Tale and Oryx and Crake. The theoretical research that informed this project formed the basis of my graduate research interests and provided me with the necessary skills to pursue a doctorate degree and excel in the Department of Literatures and English at Cornell University. My experience tutoring at Academic Services for Student Athletes was invaluable, as I'm that much more prepared to tackle my teaching assignment in the fall. My time as president of the Sigma Tau Delta English Honor Society was short but sweet, and revealed to me exactly how fulfilling it is to work with a team of people who are just as passionate about literature and prose as you are. Finally, I would argue that the mentorship I received from my professors, specifically my committee members that participated in my Honors in the Major thesis project, was unmatched. Dr. Carmen Faye Mathis taught me to be bold and thorough in my writing and always reminded me that my ideas mattered. Dr. Tyson Pugh taught me to be curious in my approach to every text, warned me of the dangers of sentence fragments, and revealed to me the average velocity of an unladen swallow. I don't know if you guys know that reference. And Dr. Patricia Angley, who passed away on September 4th, 2020, and whom I miss dearly, was not only my mentor, but a mentor for the entirety of the English department. She was there for us whenever we needed her guidance, support, or a laugh. She taught me that there is a lot of injustice in this world, and while it is true that darkness is inevitable, if you look close enough, you'll be able to find the pockets of joy and light. Thank you so much for your time and consideration for President Cartwright, and I too extend my many thanks to the members of the board. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Taylor. The next recipient is Taylor Duffy, who earned his bachelor's degree in health sciences with plans to attend medical school. While at UCF, he co-founded a nonprofit that provides career-focused guidance to at-risk youth, served as a teaching assistant, peer tutor, and research assistant, and mentored surgical interns as director of the UCF Surgical Internship Program. Taylor, can you answer that question?
Of course, and good morning, trustees. Thank you again for having me today and inviting me to speak. The University of Central Florida has shaped me in ways that no other institution would have been capable of. Throughout my childhood, I was homeschooled and far removed from a traditional social environment. Like many 18-year-olds, I entered UCF asking the question, would I fit in? This question was answered rather quickly, thanks to UCF's open community that not only saw all as equal, but all as fitting together. Like a puzzle, I knew that I was now an important piece of a much larger picture. Being welcomed with open arms at UCF allowed me to step outside of my comfort zone, make mistakes, and learn from each and every moment. As a Knight, I served on multiple executive boards, and I also failed multiple exams. I've conducted groundbreaking research, and I've also broken down under the weight of my own expectations. I've built lifelong mentors, and I've also questioned my life's long-term plans. All of these moments, large and small, have molded me into the individual I am today. Like a puzzle, we all find times in our lives where we feel broken, where we feel scattered. True resilience, however, is found in picking up the pieces. As a proud alum, I have left UCF with a burning passion for education and its intersection with health, medicine, public policy, and accessibility. And for me, it's not about choosing any one of these, but choosing all. Thus, I have utilized my UCF experience to establish nonprofit organizations, lead university mentorship programs, and serve our surrounding communities as an appointed office holder of the Orange County, Florida government. Like a puzzle, UCF provided me with the pieces, the resources, and the opportunity to turn my passions into change. And for that, I am forever grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Taylor. Taylor Pryor and Taylor Duffy were both honored with 22 other outstanding students who joined the 2020 class of the Order of Pegasus. And I should have mentioned that we did not have the ceremony last year, and so we did the ceremony for both years this year. So thank you, Taylor and Taylor. Thank you. Next, I would love to introduce Padmavati Ganduri, who's a 2021 recipient, majoring in integrated business with minors in political science and leadership studies, and graduating in May. She's a member of the Burnett Honors College and a graduate of the Leeds Scholars Academy. While at UCF, she held leadership roles as the president of the Honors Congress and as an associate justice in student government, volunteered as a hearing officer with the Office of Student Conduct and Academic Integrity, and served as a UCF legislative scholar at the Southern Group lobbying firm. Padmavati, would you please answer the question of what UCF meant to you?
Yes. Good morning. Thank you. So I have to say that, like I think many other 18-year-olds when they first come to UCF, it was really the first time that I lived away from my family. And my family, you know, not to perpetuate stereotypes, but they are very STEM heavy. So I kind of grew up always thinking that I would eventually enter the STEM field. So coming into UCF, it really gave me a chance to consider my own aspirations and how they in some ways coincide with my family's, but then in some ways differ based on who I am as an individual and what my own goals are for my future. So I really had the goal coming into UCF of kind of reconciling the different aspirations I had and expectations that my family had for me. And I think that through the leadership and service and professional development opportunities that the university has provided, I have really gotten the chance to build upon the passions I came to the university with, but then also take on new opportunities and explore fields that I never knew that I had an interest in or an aptitude for. So by studying business on the pre-law track and participating in governmental relations through the Legislative Scholars Program this semester, and I'm also currently working at the Department of State in the Global Talent Management Bureau, I have really been able to explore the fields of public service and consider that as a future career for myself. And I really would have never, I think, come to the conclusion that I needed to consider my own strengths and weaknesses and be able to turn those into a viable career path for me if it weren't for the opportunities afforded to me by this university. So I truly will be eternally grateful for all the mentors I've had here, all the students I've had the chance to interact with, and I think that this was really the best place for me to come and be able to find out more about myself and find out my place in society and what that means for me moving forward. So I will truly be eternally grateful for all the opportunities I've had here and all the mentorship and support that I've had. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ria Shah, majoring in biomedical sciences, minoring in Spanish, and pursuing a certificate in Spanish for healthcare professionals and graduating in May. She plans to attend medical school this fall, is a National Merit Scholar, a Burnett Medical Scholar, Burnett Honors College member, and Lead Scholars Academy graduate. While at UCF, she led, served, and volunteered with a variety of organizations, including the President's Leadership Council, as a teaching assistant, and at the Affordable Care Clinic. Ria, how has the UCF experience shaped your future?
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak today. I'm truly honored to receive your invitation. My name is Ria Shah. I'm a senior majoring in biomedical sciences and minoring in Spanish. I grew up in Farmington Hills, Michigan, so the move to Florida with its wonderful weather was truly appreciated. One of the biggest reasons I chose to attend UCF was because of the sense of home I felt the minute I stepped on campus. In high school, I had toured other universities whose messaging and marketing was centered around, "We are such a great university, and you would be so lucky to be a student here." However, at UCF, the students and faculty members that I got a chance to interact with really drove home the message of UCF is committed to student success. We would be so lucky to have you as a student here, and we will do our best to provide you with the tools for success. And this message really carried its weight throughout my 4 years here on campus. UCF has provided me with one of the best and unique college experiences for which I will be eternally grateful for. I have been involved in the President's Leadership Council and gotten a chance to serve with Dr. Cartwright and also develop some essential leadership skills. I served as an election commissioner on the Student Government Association, and this gave me a chance to hone my ethical decision-making skills. I was also involved in research with the Honors Undergraduate Thesis Program, as well as the Burnett Research Scholars Program. This gave me a chance to sharpen my critical thinking skills and also get a chance to apply what I've learned in the classroom to a real-world setting. Finally, the Office of Pre-Health and Pre-Law Advising was phenomenal in helping me shape my application to different medical schools. With their advising, letters packet, and mock interviews, I was able to feel confident in my application and my accomplishments. Next fall, I will be attending medical school in order to pursue my passion of bringing humanism to the field of medicine. I will always cherish my experience here at UCF, and I will do my best to give back to this university. And of course, go Knights, charge on. Thank you.
Both Padmavati and Ria were both honored with our 21 other outstanding students who joined the 2021 class of the Order of Pegasus. Trustees, please join me in congratulating the 2020 and 2021 recipients of the Order of Pegasus and thanking Taylor Pryor, Taylor Duffy, Padmavati Ganduri, and Ria Shah for joining us today. These students, of course, make us realize why we are here and what the future looks like for all of us. We have tremendous students who are going to make great changes as we move forward. Next, I'd like to share with you this year's recipients of the Pegasus Professor Award, UCF highest faculty honor. Professors who receive this distinction have well-established careers at UCF and beyond, with national and international recognition for their impact on their area of expertise. They are also exceptional teachers and mentors with a passion for educating the next generation. The 5 faculty members honored with the title this year certainly fit this description. The first is Isa Bertase, Professor of Electrical Engineering and Director of the Florida Power Electronics Center. Professor Bertase's power electronics research focuses on the development of advanced systems for solar energy conversion to improve cost, power density, efficiency, and performance. He is an inventor on 36 patents and author of more than 300 articles and 2 books. He has significant commercialization experience as the founder of 2 startup companies involving solar energy conversion and is a fellow member in the National Academy of Inventors, American Association for the Advancement of Sciences, and the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. The second professor is Cristina Fernandez-Valley. Next, yes, thank you. She is a professor of medicine. Professor Fernandez-Valley researches neurofibromatosis, a genetic disorder that causes tumors to grow on nerves and in the brain. She's trying to find a therapy that can stop tumors from growing, and recently a drug that she has been working on began a clinical trial. She has had uninterrupted funding by the Department of Defense and National Institutes of Health during her 25-year career at UCF. She has trained more than 130 student scientists, and over 60% of her research trainees are underrepresented minorities or women. The third recipient is Luis Martinez Fernandez, Professor of History. Professor Martinez Fernandez is recognized as one of the most prolific and influential scholars in the field of Caribbean studies. His work goes beyond the walls of UCF, working with teachers in K-12 schools to give underserved students more opportunities. And he serves on the College Board and the National Council for History Education. Since coming to UCF in 2004, he relaunched an academic program and has written 2 books, including Revolutionary Cuba, A History, widely acclaimed as the most comprehensive and systematic study on the subject ever written, and Key to the New World, A History of Early Colonial Cuba, winner of the 2018 Florida Book Awards Bronze Medal for Nonfiction. Our next recipient is Marshall Schminke, a BB&T Professor of Business Ethics. Professor Schminke has served as a research fellow with the Ethics Resource Center in Washington, D.C., and has published 2 books, more than 40 articles, and given more than 70 presentations at professional conferences and universities in the U.S. and abroad. He has served as an advisor to organizations ranging from family businesses to Fortune 500 firms, the U.S. Strategic Command, and the U.S. Army. His thoughts on business strategy, management, and ethics have appeared in over 50 newspapers and magazines, including the New York Times, Newsday, and the Chicago Tribune. And our final recipient is Jeffrey Stout, Professor of Kinesiology and founding director of the School of Kinesiology and Physical Therapy. Throughout his career, Professor Stout has co-authored more than 300 peer-reviewed publications, 300 national and international presentations, 8 books, and 12 book chapters focusing on nutrition, exercise performance, and body composition in youth and older populations. He has received fellow status from 3 different national organizations: the American College of Sports Medicine, the International Society of Sports Nutrition, and the National Strength and Conditioning Association, as well as multiple national recognition awards. Trustees, please join me in congratulating the 2021 Pegasus professors on their achievements and outstanding contributions to our UCF community. Next, I've asked Janet Owen, Vice President for Government and Community Relations, to provide a legislative update for the board. Janet.
Thank you, President Cartwright, and good morning to everyone. Where I am, this is in Tallahassee. This is considered day 52. We have 8 days left in the 2021 legislative session. Parenthetically, I'll let you know it's also 49 degrees here. We are now in the middle of intense state budget conference negotiations. So the conference for higher education actually began Saturday night. And as of Monday night, the issues unresolved by the subcommittee chairs were bumped to the House and Senate Budget Committee chairs. And that's Chair Trumbull from Panama City and Chair Stargell from Lakeland. They're called the big chairs, and they are now in the process of negotiations, and they've had one meeting to date. And the offer at that one-time meeting did not include the higher education budget sector. So when the subcommittee chairs bumped their unresolved issues on Monday night, they had arrived at about a $220 million cut to the state university system. And while that amount is similar in both chambers, the method by which the cuts are spread across the 12 institutions lead to very different impacts. And to remind you where we started, in the original House budget, the university system was cut about $570 million. So the $222 million in terms of our perspective here, while huge, is an improvement, and we're continuing to work on that to get that as obviously as reduced as possible. But the spread of the cuts is what is also sort of leads to a disparate impact. The Senate proposal, for example, would be about a 7.2% reduction to UCF, while in the House it would be at 5%. The House has adopted a philosophy that and actually included an infusion of extra money to ensure that no university would sustain a budget cut exceeding 5%. So as I mentioned, the big chairs have only had one meeting so far, but at that meeting, there was an offer included by the Senate on how the chamber would spend the $10 billion that Florida is slated to receive in federal coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds. The House proposal spends about $7.9 billion of those funds, while the Senate's proposal is just at $3.2 billion. But of particular note there, I wanted to let you know that in the Senate's proposal, there is an offer of $264 million that's labeled as a PICO supplement for higher education construction. And in the House side, there's a $3.5 billion proposal for what's labeled as deferred building maintenance. So we don't know yet who is included in those pots of money, but I can guarantee you that all 12 state universities are working well together to make sure that we are included in those pots. From a budget policy standpoint, where the universities are working together to try to get more flexibility on how we can spend our carry forward funds, particularly not be limited to just being able to spend them on non-recurring issues, particularly as we need those funds to probably plug some recurring holes as we leave the session. On a happier note, I can tell you that on Monday, the Senate Ethics and Elections Committee moved forward the approval of all of our 5 trustees whose packets are completed for confirmation this session. So Trustee Mills, Conti, Condello, Christie, and Altizer are all set to go to the Senate floor for Senate confirmation. That normally happens on the very last day of session. So if you don't hear anything until April the 30th, that's not unusual at all. The legislature has passed 57 bills to this point, and Governor DeSantis has received and signed 6 of those bills. And the ones that have gotten the most notoriety would be the internet sales tax, the civil liability for damages relating to COVID-19, and the combating public disorder bill. Bills that impact the universities that have been passed, but the governor does not have the bill yet, is the intellectual freedom and viewpoint diversity bill. And then the ones moving towards the finish line include the funding and the policy that the university system needed for I call it the back office distance learning and library infrastructure. It's the Florida Post-Secondary Academic Library Network. The presidential search bill that would exempt some of the process from public records and meetings until you get to the final pool is moving well as the foreign influence bill. So with that's my report of where we are. I will send out a more detailed report when more is known, but thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Next, I'd like to move on to an update focused on our return to more normal operations. And with that, I'd begin with our commencement update. This semester, we are on path to resuming in-person commencement to celebrate the achievement of our students. We're very excited that we will be offering 2 opportunities to safely celebrate our spring graduates. Students were able to choose from a socially distanced traditional ceremony or our grad walk experience. More than 3,600 students have signed up for the grad walk option and over 2,600 for the more traditional commencement ceremony. We will host 7 ceremonies in the arena from May 6th to 8th, and our grad walk will take place in the Student Union April 30th to May 5th, following safety guidelines. We're glad we're able to find safe ways for students to celebrate this milestone with their families, and our students and families certainly deserve to be celebrated for all they've done. For the summer and fall, we plan to return to operations that look like the fall of 2021 the fall of 2019 in fall of 2021. And in the summer, we'll maintain all COVID precautions, mask, physical distancing, in summer A, C, and D will look a lot like it did this spring with in-person and others, but we'll bring back staff as we continue to prepare for the fall. Summer B, we are looking at adding additional on-campus classes, particularly those who are more important to the many freshmen who begin in summer B, as many of those in person as possible. Vaccine availability continues to expand. The age lowered to 18 earlier this month, which certainly will significantly benefit our student body. And I'm thankful to the doctors and nurses led by Dr. Dyken, who have administered over 8,000 vaccines on campus to students, faculty, and staff. Our fall plans, as I said, looks a lot like fall 2019, and we'll follow any CDC recommendations at that time, and we'll follow state and other recommendations, which may still include face coverings. If we need to change course, we will be ready to pivot, but I'm excited to welcome all of our faculty, staff, and students back to campus. I want to give you a few updates on our searches. We continue the VP search for diversity, equity, and inclusion. I've shared with you that we engaged a national search. We have started a national search for UCF's first vice president in this role, and this leader will be at the highest level of the institution to help organize our diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts as we focus on being a model for inclusive excellence. The search committee is chaired by Dr. Sheila Panieras, the Dean of the Burnett Honors College, and Dr. Edwana Andrews, Assistant Vice President for Community Support in SDES, and is scheduled to recommend finalists in the next 2 weeks. We plan to host interviews and finalize our selection within the coming month. I would like to give you an update on our President's Student Advisory Council that I've established in the past year. We created this council to allow students to provide feedback, consultation, and guidance on matters of importance and concern within the institution. These 20 students from across the campus met with me, the provost, and senior leaders across campus to help promote and sustain an inclusive campus climate at UCF. I am thankful for the time these students have dedicated to advocacy and action on our campus. Because of their voice, we've been able to create work groups and deliver action in key areas like, and I'm only going to highlight a few of them, academic and online learning. This includes establishing a new landing page on the UCF website to educate and guide students through various avenues to report misconduct and sharing feedback directly with the provost to improve our transition to online learning. In mental health, we were able to redesign the ID cards to include additional national resources for students in crisis and to explicitly highlight 24-hour services provided by UCF's counseling and psychological services. In diversity and equity and inclusion, our students have reviewed and provided input to ensure that our UCF marketing and missions materials better reflect our student populations. Celebrating the achievements, for example, of John T. Washington in the future through a new mural on the John T. Washington Center that is commissioned to begin next week. And in student success initiatives, we spent time in working on how to improve our transfer student success initiatives. There's more. We've thought about student accessibility, how we help all of our students, and in addition, graduate student concerns. And what is remarkable about this group is that they bring those topics up, and we then determine action paths to respond to their concerns. I will say this, it is very important for us to understand that many of the things that our students are looking for, we're able to address relatively quickly. Some are more complicated, and this group and our students in general understand that, but I'm pleased that we're able to show action that is the direct result of their feedback into our process. Finally, I'd like to share a leadership update with the full board. As we alerted people 2 weeks ago, we announced that Mike Morseberger would be stepping down from the role as Vice President for Advancement to focus on his health. I want to thank Mike for his service and leadership to UCF, including stepping in and energizing the Ignite campaign. While I will miss Mike, I know this is the right decision for him and his family, and we support him. In the interim, Karen Cochran has agreed to serve as interim vice president after Mike's resignation. Thank you, Mike, for everything you've done. Thank you for allowing me to highlight the achievements of the students and faculty during my report today. I'm sorry it took a little longer, but we had a lot of things to actually celebrate. Later in the meeting, I look forward to discussing how we are beginning to make progress on organizing the university to achieve our goal of becoming a top 50 public university and the progress we are making in the area of operational excellence. We really do appreciate everything that you have done for us. We appreciate everything that this board has done to put us in a position to now think much more about our strategic planning and how we move into the future. The last year, there was so much to do that had to do with COVID and all of the other things that you had to help us through, and we appreciate you being here for this institution. Thank you so much.
Thank you, President Cartwright, for your report, and thank you to all the Order of Pegasus recipients who joined us today. Next on our report, on our agenda, are our committee reports. Trustees, we've had an opportunity to review the agenda packet in advance of today's meeting. Yandi, are you in receipt of any disclosures of conflict of interest by a board member?
No, I am not.
Thank you, Yandi. Trustees, does anyone else require disclosure before we proceed? Okay. Let the record reflect there are no conflict of interest disclosures received for today. So I'm going to pause until we have the rest of the trustees online so that we can see them. Thank you. Trustee Gaikwad, you're recognized for the Advancement Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair and the board. Good morning to everybody. This is the first report from my Advancement Committee. It is always good to see you, but I love to come in person, but circumstances didn't allow me. But I'm going to give my report, Madam Chair. First, I want to tell thank you for those who attended on March 24th and guiding us in this endeavor. You know, Trustee Kante, Trustee Sproul, Jeff Condalo, and La Rosa, and of course, Chair you. Our meeting went very robust. Everybody participated. We went on a talking point, maybe another extra 15, 20 minutes. It shows the tremendous participation from all the trustees and their involvement. So I want to say thank you again for you trustees and my colleagues for your guidance. The focus of last week Advancement Committee meeting was UCF Day of Giving, which occurred on March 24th. Heather and Mr. Patrick Bird presented on the robust partnership that lead this year's Day of Giving's success. This was very unique event for me, and I learned quite a bit about it. And I hope next year when they do this kind of event, they also inform the trustees, so we can also give what we can, In fact, I'm proud to announce that this was the most successful UCF Day of Giving on a record. Believe me or not, whosoever come out with this great idea, was a great idea, because in 24-hour campaign resulted 3,166 donors. They engaged and raised $843,220, which is phenomenal. Of course, they did the pre-campaign a little bit, awareness and all that, and it was very impressive by any stretch or measure, one-day campaign success. I would like to thank Heather and Patrick for the job well done, really. I did talk to them quite a bit. I talked to them in person also. This was a fantastic idea, and I hope they continue so, I would also like to thank Alumni Board and a Foundation Board and their generosity. Let me see how much they collected. They collectively raised $351,000 in a one-day challenge, which is also itself is a record. For those you unaware of the challenge gift, these are the gift unlocked when certain day of giving campaign milestones are achieved. What I want to say, this is a very creative way of doing it, and I was very impressed when I talked first time, Ms. Karen Cochran. She gave me very clear goals, large, lofty goals, very impressive. And before I conclude, I would also like to update on a board that we are currently at $28 million toward our $70 million fundraising stretch goal for the year. COVID has made this challenging year for fundraising, but I'm confident that Karen Cochran and the UCF advancement team will finish very strong. And we also thank for Mike Morsberger for his services, and we wish him well at the committee. And Chair C, thank you very much. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Trustee Gaikwad. I understand it's your birthday, so happy birthday. And
thank you very much.
Thanks for sharing with. Next, we have the Audit and Compliance Committee report. Trustee Conti, do you have anything to report?
Nothing to report. We haven't met since previous meeting.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Conti. Trustee Sprouse, you're recognized for the Compensation and Labor report.
Thank you, Trustee C. Nothing to report. The committee has not met since the last board meeting.
Thank you, Trustee Sprouse. Trustee Martins, you're recognized for the Educational Programs Committee report.
Thank you, Chair C. Before I begin, I'd like to also recognize former Trustee Bradley for his service to the board and for his service to the Educational and Programs Committee. He's left a big chair to fill, for sure, and I will try to live up to that. The Educational Programs Committee met on April the 14th and considered 6 items. These items will be, one of these items will be considered as part of my report, and 5 of them are on the consent agenda for your consideration. The meeting began with an update from Interim Provost Michael Johnson on various topics, including summer and fall planning, the current state and future plans for the budget, as well as the U.S. News and World Report graduate rankings. As far as items for your approval today, EP1, which we will consider at this time, is the 2021 UCF Accountability Plan. As we all know, all of our reporting to the Board of Governors is incredibly important. This is really one of the most important reports that are submitted to the Board of Governors, particularly in light of the fact that it highlights the metrics that our performance funding are based on. This plan highlights UCF's strategic direction, as I said, performance-based funding, and preeminence. Key performance metrics, enrollment planning, and potential academic program development. Because of the importance of this report and this plan, I've asked Dr. Paige Borden, Associate Provost and Chief Analytics Officer, to present a partial version of the presentation to highlight the key metrics. Dr. Borden, you recognize.
Thank you, Trustee Martins. Chair C, trustees, it's my pleasure to bring the accountability plan for 2021 to you for your consideration today. As Trustee Martins explained, we have just a few slides to kind of walk you through the large document that starts on your board book on page 17. It actually runs for multiple pages through the board book, roughly through about page 49 for the plan itself. The full presentation presented to EPC is also available as an attachment to those documents. What you'll see here are the major sections. This is an annual request from the Board of Governors, and it asks for these 6 areas to be fully completed and presented. One of the things I wanted to highlight today would be the preeminence metrics. These are summarized rapidly here for you to show that there are 12 overall metrics, 11 are necessary to achieve full preeminence. UCF is currently considered an emerging preeminent institution with at least 6 metrics achieved. You can see the 8 metrics that have already been achieved by the institution on the left. And on the right-hand side, you can see the 4 metrics that we're still pursuing. Each one of those metrics includes the lift that is necessary to fully achieve that metric. In order to give you a little bit more detail and specifics about the plan itself, there's a specific set of dashboards and charts at the very end that will highlight the overall performance on each of the 3 major metric subgroups. This is the performance-based funding grouping. So you can see there are 11 metrics. Number 9 is actually split into 2. They add up to 100 total points. The left-hand side will show you the metric itself, along with the volume and the value that is necessary to achieve 10-point excellence. So if we walk our way through that top metric, just to orient you to the slide, the percent of bachelor's graduates employed full-time or continuing their education in the U.S. 1 year after graduation. In order to achieve 10 points, you need a 72.8% on that metric. In 2020, we were 7th in the system on how we were performing in this area. In 2021's numbers, the numbers that are being presented to you today, we've achieved a 69.1, which was worth 8 points out of 10. You can see the trajectory of the metric over the last 6 years, along with the 2021 approved goal that was submitted last year during the 2021 document. The red and the green shading in that section says whether or not we actually achieved the goal in the specific year. The final column on the right is the 2022 approved goal that was previously submitted, along with, in parentheses, the proposed goal that we're suggesting here for the future. One of the things to note in this section is there are a few metrics where we've suggested adjustments. In some cases, they are higher, meaning a greater level of achievement. In some cases, they are lower. So to specify what you can see here, metric 1, the 66% would be a lower goal. We were allotted an opportunity to both reflect upon the goals that are appropriate for this sequence and make adjustments as appropriate, and that is specifically detailed within the plan itself, any place where we decreased the goal. 2 of them that were reduced were the first and second goal that are related to employment and/or salaries, and they were reduced due to the COVID pandemic, with the expectation that students will have faced a harder employment opportunity and a lower salary option as they progress after graduation. Metric 3 shows an adjustment, but that's actually a positive adjustment. Even though it's lower, it's because the cost to the student is being reduced, so that's a positive thing. Metric 7 and metric 8 also show reductions. Again, these are fully detailed within the plan. Metric 7 itself is a university access rate, and that's something that we can see nationally as far as reductions, and we're mimicking that national reduction here at UCF. And then finally, the graduate degrees awarded in programs of strategic emphasis. Chair C mentioned earlier that we achieve a 10 on this metric, but we've been sliding just a little bit as we've been growing programs that are not in the areas of strategic emphasis. 2 specific examples of those are a doubling of the degrees that we've been offering at the master's level for hospitality management. That program, of course, is a key motivator here within our local region and was recently recognized again as being in the top 5 in the world. So we're not going to be unhappy that that program is continuing to advance and grow. However, it's outside of the STEM programs, for example, and those are the ones that are a little bit more highly focused on by the areas of strategic emphasis in this metric. What you can see on this at the very bottom is we've achieved 87 points. That is 2 points fewer than what we had achieved last year. That is mostly in part due to metric 9. And what you'll see now is a metric 9A and 9B. Those two metrics have replaced a singular metric worth 10, and these are each worth 5. We've only achieved 4 points in these two metrics as they've been presented here. In the prior metric that they removed, we had achieved 9. So it was a net loss of 5 points with the adjustments to those two metrics. Are there any questions related to performance-based funding before I move on to the preeminence? So for preeminence, we've already talked briefly about the summary related to these. Same design of the chart. Left-hand side shows you the metric itself and the benchmark necessary to achieve it. In this case, you either have or you do not have the preeminence metric achieved, so you'll see green check marks to show the 2020 result and the comparison among the 5 institutions that they track for these metrics. Our 2016 results and our 2021 results to show you the trajectory of change, the metrics achieved, and again, the green or red boxes showing if we did or did not achieve goals. The trend line is there, along with the 2022 previously approved goal and the adjusted goal as suggested. One I wanted to highlight would be the SAT score. You see that's actually in red within metric A, listed as a 1,315. The Board of Governors actually changed the calculation method where they had previously only included students who were taking the SAT, and now they're including students who are admitted on their ACT score and converting it to an SAT score, and it is now in the full display of the score itself for the university. So although it's still referred to as an SAT score, it's truly the SAT and ACT converted scores in this metric now. It reduced the number and the performance for UCF by a few points, and we've adjusted goals associated to that calculation adjustment. Finally, the last major section of metrics is the key performance indicators, and there's a significant volume of those. Again, what you'll see on the left-hand side would be the chart itself. There is no threshold for achieving or points that are achieved based upon the key performance indicators. They're simply areas that we continue to track. You'll see our 2021 performance and whether we did or did not achieve the goal, and the 2022 previously approved suggested goal, along with an adjustment for 2022 where appropriate. And then last but not least, on the bottom right-hand side is the enrollment metric that is related to the percent of students who are taking at least 15 credit hours in a fall semester and how we've done against that metric as well. Trustee Martins, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Borden. Chair C, the Educational Programs Committee unanimously approved EP1, the 2021 UCF Accountability Plan, and I move for approval.
Thank you, Trustee Martins, for your motion. Do I have a second?
McAlpin, second.
Thank you, Trustee McAlpin. Floor is now open for trustee discussion.
One question, if you would.
Sure. Trustee Christie.
We are going to be asked for tender with higher recommendations, as well as tender recommendations in general. And as I look at these metrics, and I have spent the time, I wonder if we were aligning our tenure and higher strategy to our deficiencies in our rankings. Most importantly, are we thinking about moving those hires and tenures in the right direction to affect these metrics?
That would be a question for Provost Johnson.
The answer to that is not a trivial one. There's sort of two basic imperatives as we think about what areas we should hire in. One is areas in which we have a strategic interest in improving or expanding or adding degree programs. The standard one in this area would be areas like aerospace, mechanical engineering, computer science, things associated with modeling and simulation, the needs of the hospitality industry and areas like that. So indeed, we invest in those for strategic purposes. But then there's also the need to have adequate teaching in all of the other areas that all students need. And sometimes it's pressures of demands of student numbers that drives where we hire faculty. One of our commitments, and expect to discuss this more. One of our commitments as a research university is that our students have the opportunity to learn from and work with not only faculty with book learning, but faculty who are involved in pushing the boundaries of knowledge in their disciplines. And that's something we seek to do not only in areas of strategic interest to the state or region, but where we can across the university in a variety of disciplines. So there's these two basic reasons for the areas in which we hire tenure-earning faculty and then seek tenure if they succeed.
If I can just add something, Jesse. If you look at what we are planning on doing, and we'll talk more about this in our strategic planning process, that there will be a more direct connection in terms of outcomes that we're looking for and how we as an institution then pursue those outcomes. And these are some of those metrics that will be looked at. So we will do that with all of the areas that we might choose. We have not done that traditionally. Not explicitly is the way I would say it. And I think we need to align our strategic planning with the goals that we know are important to us as an institution. And I think it was Trustee Harrington who said that, we are an institution that is a research university that also provides access to outstanding opportunities. We want to make sure we're making it very clear which of those metrics are most important to us as an institution, and then we continue to move forward with the hires, both faculty and staff, that'll move those metrics. So I think that's the way we're going to do it, and that ultimately then will reflect into our rankings and other things. So yes, we want these to essentially become KPIs for the institution.
Thank you, President Cartwright.
Thank you.
And Provost.
Do you have any other comments, Trustee Conti?
Thank you. Relative to the 5-point drop that occurred when the tests were split, the SAT, ACT tests, can you add a little color to that as to where the problem resolved
I can,
in either
yes.
of the two? And one last, if you could add, are we moving away, President Cartwright, after we hear this answer, from those tests as many of the private institutions are across the country? But yes, thank you.
So when you do an SAT, ACT concordance, ACT is on a scale that is numerically from 1 to 36, whereas SAT goes all the way up to 1,600. When you receive one specific score in ACT, that equates to about a 400-point range in the SAT. What happens is it comes in as an average of that score. So if a 26, and I do not know the actual concordance, but if a 26 was equivalent to an 1,100 to 1,140, it comes in as an 1,120, whereas we might have had students taking the ACT who achieved an 1,130 and an 1,140 within that range, but also, of course, the 1,120s or the 1,110s within that range. And what generally happens is your ACT just comes in and the elasticity of the variance between the concordance from ACT to SAT pushes the SAT down. The entire system actually saw changes, this exact same impact. Most schools saw at least 1 to 2 points of a drop. We saw about 5 points of a drop, and there were very few that actually went up. I think Florida State's one of the few that went up. They're almost an ACT school at this point, so their SAT numbers were not the primary driver of their admissions population.
Which leads to my last question. Is there a strategy at this point? Apparently they knew something, at the time.
I don't think there's a strategy. What they wanted to do was show a greater proportion of the admissions class. So at UCF, it's roughly 65% are admitted based on their SAT score, and the prior evaluation would have been on those 65 alone, whereas different scores have different ratios of that. By bringing in the ACT scores, we're now being rated on 100% of the freshman class as opposed to a proportion of the class. As far as the test score decisions,
we are not moving away from test scores as an institution, nor as a system. The system, that's a decision that is made at the BOG level, and as a collective system, we have stayed with all of the scores for this year.
Some of the largest private schools, Princeton, have done away with that actively.
Yeah.
Okay, Thank you.
Chair C, if I may. Can you hear me okay?
Trustee Mills? Yes,
Yes,
go ahead.
yes, Trustee Mills. Thank you, Chair C. Just a quick question. I saw, obviously, performance-based funding is a critical source of our overall funding for the university, and something we obviously need to pay attention to specifically. I saw the plan for graduation improvement rates. I didn't see the plan for some of our other deficiencies, particularly relative to our access rates or our Pell Grant rates, et cetera. Can you hear me okay? I saw Mike over there moving.
Yeah, they fixed it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Trustee Mills. The specific details about the graduation rate are a required response. We are not asked to provide that level of detail for the other 10 metrics now. To your point related to Pell Grant access, what we've actually seen nationally is an adjustment in the proportion of students who are qualifying for Pell Grants. This is a national issue, not just something we're seeing at UCF, but it's also a process that is being reflected across the state university system as well, with reductions across the system. What we had been doing, we had been on a glide slope that was very positive with increases every single year. When we took a look at some of the details, our students are still applying for financial aid at the same rate. We actually see growth in the number of students submitting that federal application. The ratio of those that are returning as Pell Grant eligible is shrinking.
Okay, and I just want to make sure I'm clear. I'm sorry to interrupt, but and I don't want to emphasize too much on that. What I'm really focused on is whether it's item 7, whether it's item 8, whether it's not item 9A or 9B, where we're missing our objectives. Do we have a specific action plan to address those, whether it's required by the BOG or not?
Yes, we do. In fact, there's a series of specifically around student success ratios and degrees of strategic emphasis that are action plans that are in place at this point. They're just not detailed within the plan.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Thank you. The motion passes. Alex, please continue with your report.
Thank you, Chair C. We have 5 other items for your consideration and approval on the consent agenda today. The first is EP2, tenure with hire. Recommendations for 3 faculty members, Professor Grace Boshenik, College of Graduate Studies, Professor Stephen S. Eikenberry, College of Optics and Photonics, and Professor Matthew T. Theriot, College of Health Professions and Sciences. The next item on the consent agenda is EP3, 2021 tenure recommendations. The 45 recommendations have been reviewed across the university committee by several departments and faculty committees, the provost, and the president. If approved, these recommendations will become effective August 2021. The next item on the consent agenda is EP4, the conferral of degrees. This is one of the most rewarding things that we have the opportunity to approve on an annual, actually twice a year. This spring, UCF expects over 9,106 total baccalaureate, master's, specialists, and doctoral degrees. And as President Cartwright outlined, there are several ceremonies that will be hosted late April and early May, including a doctoral ceremony. The next item on the consent agenda is EP5, the degree program termination of Modern Languages Combination Program in Foreign Languages. This bachelor's degree program allowed students to study 2 languages. The program was inactivated in 2015 with low enrollment and a shortage of faculty. The final item on the consent agenda is the new degree program proposal for the PhD in kinesiology. This proposal represents the continuation of the educational PhD. The program will be in the newly organized School of Kinesiology and Physical Therapy in the College of Health Professions and Sciences. The last 2 items discussed in the meeting were information items that will also be up for voting items on the Governance Committee agenda today, and that is the amendment to University Regulation 2.036, college credit for non-traditional courses before initial enrollment, and the final item, amendment to University Regulation 3.010, faculty evaluation and improvement. Chair C, this concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Trustee Martin.
I have a question. Madam Chair, I need to pull the agenda EP3.
Okay,
The 10-year
Trustee
recommendation.
Gaikwad, we'll hit that when we hit the consent agenda. That'll be coming up. I'll let
Okay.
you know when it is, and I'll call on you then, okay?
Yes, so I'm keeping just informed ahead of time, so if it doesn't miss. Thank
Okay.
you, Madam
All
Chair.
right, we'll catch it. Thank you. The executive committee has not met since February, but we do have a scheduled meeting on May 4th, and as always, I encourage all the trustees to attend the executive committee meeting. Trustee Mills, you're recognized for the Finance and Facilities Committee report.
Thank you very much, Chair C, and I'll apologize ahead of time for the length of this report, but obviously FFC has been quite busy over the last 12 to 18 months for sure. In our committee, we had the opportunity to hear an overview from Gerald Hector, our Senior Vice President for Administration and Finance. He provided an update on UCF facilities, and also, in one item in our consent agenda concerns a portion of that presentation, particularly around the education plant and survey. But overall, we are looking forward to a holistic approach to how we manage the UCF physical plant that aligns with our strategic goals and our vision for the future. We did get an opportunity to discuss some of the facilities where we are managing maintenance operations for facilities, including those facilities that we don't own or control as well, which is an interesting insight, some of which we have a service agreement for, some of which we don't. But at this point, there is no central management of the overall university's portfolio of buildings and real estate assets, which we are going to work to resolve that issue and ultimately align it with our strategy as mentioned. Hector then gave a financial update to the committee with increased the division's focus on treasury functions so that we can understand, as he's termed the color of money, which is a term that I think has been adopted well across the administration, and what the impact on cash relative to the university is, particularly as it relates to not only the management of operations, but also our internal loans, et cetera. We also know that internal loans continues to be a high item on everyone's list. And while we know we won't take 11 years, which is the original payback period, to try to address this, we do think that this might be a multi-year process. Right now, we're estimating 3 to 5 years, but we will continue to push that effort relative to managing the cash flow impacts of eliminating the concept of internal loans among divisions. The committee then heard information about CARES Act funding, both for 2020 as well as what we're anticipating for 2021. He shared that the Department of Education relaxed some of the prior rules, and that lost revenue may now be calculated from March of 2020, and UCF is looking at how to capitalize on these changes. The second tranche of funds is also on hand, and uses of that cash are being contemplated at this time. And VP Hector will be giving us a projected date of when we can anticipate the full plan on how each of these CARES Act funds will be allocated and used. We talked about the creation of a carry-forward policy. Obviously, as Janet mentioned, there is some discussion now in Tallahassee around carry-forward flexibility. But in the meantime, we want to make sure that we are addressing the carry-forward in our budgeting efforts here in the next 60 days, with a specific emphasis on managing our E&G funds first and using those funds first. And that will help us sort of manage how much carry forward we have from one year to the next. We also had an opportunity to review some anticipated financial dashboards. Two things major are in process at the current time, as you all know. One is our new budgeting process. And the second one is our new ERP, which includes financial analysis process. So while in the meantime, while both of those things are undergoing implementation, we are doing some things somewhat manually to come up with financial dashboards that include both cash flow forecast as well as P&L forecast on an enterprise basis and to the best of our ability on a college by college basis. We did have an opportunity to get a report from Misty Shepard, our interim vice president for administrative affairs and COO, where we had an update on the negotiations with the small independent retailers that were severely impacted by the pandemic as well. So on your consent item today, we have FFC 1, where the committee unanimously approved the Phase 2A1 and Phase 2A2 of the John Hitt Library renovation and expansion. We also have FFC 2, which, as I mentioned earlier, is our educational plant survey, which again will ultimately be part of our overall physical plant strategy. And on the consent item, we also have FFC 3, which is the proposed second and third amendments to our sublease with the new Pegasus Hotel. The second amendment changes the commencement date of the sublease due to delays caused by the pandemic. And the third amendment modifies the language regarding some easements around the property. With regard to FFC 4, also on the consent agenda, which is our Elsevier subscription agreement, that is primarily a research system portal that we access regularly. I think I got some statistics that we access that over 550,000 times a year. And as part of the University of Florida contract that their trustees agreed to on behalf of the system, we have adopted that as well, which is a significant cost improvement for our current usage. As an example, under this contract, for each one of those 550,000 access points, under this contract, we would pay $1, I believe it's $1.30 per access. Without this contract, we would be paying $31 or so per access item. Additionally, in our committee, we had an update on our night vision ERP status, where Mike Sink, our Associate Vice President and Chief Operating Officer for UCF IT, had an opportunity to describe the activities that are occurring in parallel with the Workday ERP implementation and to provide a full scope of activities and an update on our timeline, cost estimates, and budget update. And I will note that while there are multiple phases, as we've talked about over the last 12 to 18 months, there are multiple phases to this project. Well, we are going to keep a close eye on items such as scope creep, so we don't fall into that trap, which is typical for any ERP implementation. We got an opportunity to review our investment portfolio. Again, this material is included in your package. Dante White, our AVP and University Controller, provided an update on the investment portfolio. And he noted that our equity investments are continuing to outpace fixed asset investments, as is common among portfolios these days, and that the university is thinking strategically about its investment policy going forward, with more information relative to that to come. We had an opportunity to review our DSO financial reports, and all DSOs remain in compliance with their scheduled debt payments. We had an opportunity to review our auxiliary financial reports. And as you will see in your information, those auxiliary budgets missed significantly, as those budgets were set before the pandemic and were not adjusted to reflect any of the impact of those pandemics. So those variances are explained in the materials. And then we had the opportunity to review or get an update on the BOGS effort to refinance the debt, the revenue bonds and debt associated with our dormitories, which the BOG is undergoing currently. The sole purpose of this refinancing is to receive interest rate savings. So that will impact, all of our Moody's ratings and otherwise, particularly as it relates to our debt service ratios, et cetera. And lastly, we had an opportunity to review the campus master plan neighborhood public notice, which we're required to do with the neighbors surrounding our area. And so I would just open it up to see if there's any other comments or items that I left out from my colleagues on the FFC committee. If not, Chair C, that concludes our report.
Thank you, Trustee Mills. Our governance reports next. Trustee O'Kady, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair C. Just want to make sure you can hear me okay.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Gov Committee met last Wednesday, April 14th. We have one item for motion on the floor today. We've got, I think, 6 consent agenda items and 3 information items. So bear with me as we get through the report. Our first item for board action is adoption of the Direct Support Organization, or DSO, governance recommendations. This is Gov 1. You'll recall that one of our emerging issues that former Trustee Bradley and Margaret Cole worked diligently on was reviewing our DSO governance. That review culminated in a report to the full board last summer, and then the recommendations came to the governance committee and have been discussed several times. Ultimately, there are 6 recommendations. You have the materials in your packet, and these recommendations address how the DSOs interact with the Board of Trustees and the broader university. The governance committee unanimously approved the recommendations at its meeting last week. I know Margaret Cole is available. If there's any questions, we could refer her to them now or during discussion. But enthusiastically, Madam Chair, move for approval of Gov 1.
Thank you for your motion, Trustee O'Kady. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Martins. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Thank you. The motion passes. Mike, please continue with your report.
Thank you very much. We have 6 consent agenda items, as I mentioned. 3 are amendments to university regulations. I'll go through them briefly. The first is amendment to University Regulation UCF 2.036 regarding college credit for non-traditional courses prior to initial enrollment. This is Gov 2. At our committee meeting, Yandi Cook presented the proposed amendments to the committee. This regulation was updated last year, but there was a request to better define what was meant by non-traditional courses. And the proposed amendments include changes to clarify that definition and to explain the type of courses that are eligible for credit awarded by the university and the path to evaluation of courses for such credit. While the regulation came before the Gov Committee, it was also presented to the Educational Programs Committee as an information item, and that committee reviewed, and while they don't have approval authority, reviewed them favorably. At our committee meeting, we did receive some amendments from the floor we viewed as non-substantive, just moving some of the wording around in the amendment, and the amendment was approved unanimously and is on the consent agenda item. Our second amendment is Gov 3, which is amendment to University Regulation UCF 3.010 regarding faculty evaluation. Again, Yandi Cook presented the proposed amendment to the committee, and these amendments are being proposed to address some either missing information or conflicting information with existing policies about how we evaluate our administrative faculty, and to align the regulation with the terms of our collective bargaining agreement. The regulation amendment also clarifies how student evaluations of teaching instruction are incorporated into the review process, and also to add language regarding who will conduct the evaluations of both administrative faculty and adjunct faculty. Once again, these amendments were also reviewed but not approved by the Educational Programs Committee. This amendment also received some comments from the floor at our committee meeting, and with those just drafting editorial changes was unanimously approved by the committee and also is on the consent agenda. Our final regulation is Gov 4, which is an amendment to University Regulation UCF-6.008 regarding vehicle registration fees and parking violation fines. Yandi Cook also presented this amendment to the committee. This amendment removes a permit that is no longer being offered and adds some language regarding the imposition of late fees when administrative fees are not paid within the provided 10-day period. We received a comment from Trustee Harrington regarding permits and day permits for volunteers who may come onto campus to provide assistance or work with the university or faculty or students on a volunteer basis, and the need for them to pay for parking. We did get a quick report from staff, but we're going to have an additional report with a fulsome information regarding the options that are available for volunteer parking at our upcoming June meeting. These amendments were approved unanimously and are on the consent agenda. We also have 3 items on the consent agenda, Gov 5, 6, and 7, regarding appointment and or reappointment to the various DSOs. The first is Gov 5, which is the reappointment of directors for Limitless Solutions. 3 members of that board are hereby proposed for reappointment, and they are Janet Owen, Elizabeth Klonoff, and Ann Smallwood. This item was unanimously approved by the committee and is on the consent agenda. Second is Gov C6, appointment of board members to the UCF Convocation Corp board. There are currently 2 vacancies on that board, and the president has appointed Gerald Hector as board chair and Terry Mahajer as director. Both of these appointments were also unanimously approved by the committee and are on the consent agenda. And finally, Gov 7 is the appointment of board members to the UCF Finance Corp board. And the president, once again, has appointed Gerald Hector as board chair. This appointment was approved unanimously by the committee and is on the consent agenda. Madam Chair, we also had 3 information items that were discussed at our committee meeting. The first is Info 1, and that is a preliminary discussion that we had regarding committee restructuring. Given some other agenda items on this meeting agenda, we're going to postpone discussing that until later in this agenda, so stay tuned for that. Similarly, Info 2 is a conclusion of our board self-assessment process. And similarly, given a tie-in to some other items that we're going to talk about, I'll give a more fulsome report on those survey results later in the agenda. Finally, Info 3 is the kickoff of our nomination process for board chair and vice chair. As I think you know, we're in a 2-year cycle where the existing terms expire June 30th. And so it's our responsibility to appoint a board chair and vice chair effective July 1 for a 2-year term. Early next month, there will be a call for nominations to all the board members. And at our Gov committee meeting in June, we will receive those nominations and deliberate and propose a slate for the full board at its June 17th meeting. And Madam Chair, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee O'Kady. That now concludes the committee reports. Let's take a short break and start up again at 10:35. Thank you.
Thank you.
get our screen back, please? Okay, let's see, there we go. We now have the consent agenda. Does any trustee wish to remove an item from the consent agenda for separate consideration? Trustee Gaikwad, that's your cue.
I was on the mute. Yes, I would like to pull it, Madam Chair.
Which one?
EP3.
EP3.
On consent agenda.
Okay, so Trustee Gaikwad has asked to remove item EP3 from the consent agenda, so we will take up EP3 separately. Are there any other items on the consent agenda that a trustee would like to consider separately? Okay, hearing none. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with the removal of item EP3?
So moved.
I moved it, ma'am.
Okay, I think Trustee Harrington made the motion. Do I have a second?
Second, LaRosa.
We have a second. Thank you, Trustee LaRosa. Are there any discussions on the consent agenda?
Yeah, this is Trustee Condello.
Yes, sir.
I wouldn't ask that it be removed, but I would.
Hold on a minute, Trustee Condello. Could we fix the audio, please? Okay, could you try and speak again, and let's see if we can hear you, please?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
With regards to tenure, I just have some comments on that. I think we can do a lot better with the holding the professors accountable for performance, and that we need to come up with a different or a better metrics of holding the professors accountable for performance. And as far as voting for a tenured professor, I'm not able to do that without doing more research and actually, in my case, meeting the professors and that are up for tenure to be able to vote on them. I can't do it off of just a description with and vote for them. So I guess I'm going to I will vote in the negative on that.
So, Trustee Condello, Trustee Gaikwad already removed EP3, which is the vote on tenure for a separate discussion. And so as soon as we finish with approving the consent agenda, we'll have that discussion. Can you, if you have remarks on any other item on the consent agenda, I'd ask you to hold a minute to have your discussion when we address EP3 for Trustee Gaikwad.
Okay, that'd be fine. Yeah, I saw that as a different one, but okay, that would be fine then.
Okay, wonderful. So if there are no other comments, then all in favor of approving the consent agenda with the removal of item EP3 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, like sign. Okay, the consent agenda motion carries. All right, let's see. So, here. All right, we'll now take up item EP3 for separate consideration. To allow for discussion, is there a motion to approve item EP3?
So moved, Martins.
Thank you, Trustee Martins. Is there a second?
McAlpin, second.
Thank you, Trustee McAlpin. Trustee Gaikwad, please share your questions or comments regarding EP3.
I have, Madam Chair, many comments and I have many concerns, and I always voice my opinion, and I'm going to ask a few more questions. Either who will be responsible to give me the answers that how many faculties have, how many tenure professors, dollar amount and all that. Who can give me those answers?
Provost Johnson will provide the answers.
Okay, then I have a question to Provost Johnson, if he's present there. I would like to ask him a few questions. You know, when I see every year this 10 years coming, this year it looks like 48. I just counted right on my laptop. Is it 44 or 48?
I think 45.
45?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so then 45. Because trustee Martin said 44, I thought it was 48, now it's 45. So whatever is that, I'm fine with it. You know, when every year this tenure comes on the trustee, and this year I see a lot of my colleagues are brand new on this trustee board, and I want to bring their attention, what is the meaning of tenure? Sir, can you explain what is the meaning of tenure and why it is awarded and what happens? It's a contract or what is that? Because I'm coming from the business field. I have never seen any of my employees, I'm sure my colleagues will agree with me, that they get the contract for whatever time. So please go slowly, explain me one more time, and I'll really appreciate that.
Yes, sir. I think the best way for me to answer that question is to end with the direct answer to what you asked. What is the specific meaning of tenure? And seek to explain why tenure in our setting on the way there. Our mission is that of a research university, a research public university with a goal of becoming a top 50 public university. We have more than one category of faculty, but the category of faculty that carries out that part of our mission, which allows us to be a research university, are those who are tenured and tenure earning. There's another category that purely teaches. Those who are tenured and tenure earning both teach and conduct research. And it'll take me a few minutes to talk through this, so I hope you'll bear with me. But part of our promise to students as a research university is that a portion of their classroom instruction will be from teachers who not only learned the material themselves out of books and degree programs in practice, but who are in fact among those people who are learning new material in that discipline, who are pushing the boundaries of knowledge, who are changing it from what it used to be 10 or 20 or 40 years ago to what it is today and what it's going to be in the future. So part of our promise is that their classroom includes this sort of teacher. It's also the case that this category of faculty, those who are tenured and tenure earning, teach students outside of the classroom in a very particular and extraordinarily important fashion. And that is when undergraduates in particular are given the opportunity to conduct research with these faculty. That happens by the hundreds and thousands at UCF. And I will just tell you that a good research experience with a faculty member at the cutting edge of his or her field is the kind of experience that can change a student's life. It's one of the really significant educational opportunities that we provide. The second statement about the significance of tenured and tenure-earning faculty is the research itself, because our other promise to society as a research institution is that we will conduct scholarship which benefits society, and it can do so in a lot of ways. It can be economically significant, it can be developments that lead to inventions, it can be scholarship that helps people understand how our society works, difficulties in our society that need to be addressed. It can be creative activities like those that led to UCF doing Celebrates the Arts last week, things that benefit the community. So a comment about how this works technically is that the faculty who come into a tenure earning position to UCF we are hiring extraordinary faculty. So these are people that we make startup offers to in the STEM fields, opportunities to develop as teachers and researchers during their careers, which persuades them to come here instead of going to some other accomplished research university. The faculty are generally in a tenure earning position for 6 years. It's during their 6th year, usually, that they apply for tenure and promotion to associate professor. So these are people on the whole who we hired roughly 6 years ago. Those who get to this point have gone through 6 years of what is really a very rigorous evaluation process. From their second through their fifth years, they're evaluated on progress towards tenure by their department tenured colleagues, by their chair, and by their dean. And I can tell you that's one of the most important things we do. I always viewed that as one of my chief jobs as dean. What usually happens is that during those years, some faculty don't make adequate progress, and they usually voluntarily come to the conclusion that this isn't the place for them. Either their research is insufficient, or they don't like their research enough, or their teaching is insufficient, or they don't like to teach enough, and they find a different kind of employment. Relatively few come to this point and apply for tenure who haven't by then satisfied the expectations of their department, college, and the university. And then again, during this year, there's a very rigorous evaluation that involves department faculty, chair, college faculty, dean, university faculty, provost, and finally, president.
Hold on, he has a question.
Sir.
So you know, I'm not going to go on a debate, but this is educational. So the tenure and the research are interlinked with each other, because I learned that thanks to Chair C. She arranged my one special session for 2 or 3 hours to learn how research money comes, how it gets distributed, and how the tenure. So that's why I'm asking this question. If I understand correct, if this teaching faculty staff member, as soon as he become a tenure, he has expectation of only 4 classes or whatever, that 4 credit or whatever. Can you shed a light on it? Means what I want to bring attention to the trustees before they vote all the time.
Yes, sir.
That as soon as the same faculty person who is teaching a lot, as soon as we grant as a trustees, he almost reduces teaching time by 40% approximately. I have studied a little bit. So is that true or false, or they're expected to not teach much and then expected to teach only 4 classes? Am I correct, sir? Am I wrong?
So it's incorrect the teaching loads change like that at the time of tenure. What is correct is that tenure earning and tenured faculty have an assignment that's split between teaching, classroom teaching, and research.
So they do reduce the teaching time. Now I'm going to come to the financial question. As soon as they reduce the teaching time, they get more salary because they get tenure or not? And what is the impact on a university for so far this 45 tenure people, approximately around 2.8 million to 3.2 million every year over year?
So Trustee Gaikwad, he said it is not correct that they change as a result of receiving tenure. He's making it clear that their jobs require them to both teach and conduct research. Therefore, they would be teaching fewer classes than faculty whose sole job is to teach without a research requirement. Do I have that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So that is
hold on,
what.
Chair C. Hold on. Now I'm going to come to another financial question, which is you just answered it. And I want to hear from you. Once you declare the tenure, whosoever that person is, whatever number of tenures, and their job is to do research to bring more money to the university. Am I correct, ma'am?
That's the case before they receive tenure. If they don't demonstrate that their research is on par and able to be funded, then they probably won't receive tenure.
So here is the thing. This 44 people receiving or 45 people receiving the tenure because of their research, I never see a matrix which showing that, for example, hospitality, which I do for the rest of my life, business, science, where is the matrix that which department has how many researchers and how much money coming? When President Cartwright joined, this is the question I wanted to know. So for example, you are telling me, go ahead and vote for this 45 people, and I have nothing against none of that person personally. So how much money they brought? How do I know how much money they brought? Who is keeping this accounting? A Board of Trustees never sees it.
So Trustee Gaikwad, having done a lot of research on the industry side, I would say that's applied research. And I don't think you can have a direct correlation between the dollars that are brought in, because research means a lot more in a university than bringing in dollars.
I'm fine with that, ma'am. That's a generic answer. My question, Madam Chair, is to you. If you know a lot about this subject, very simple. Is there any way you put the matrix, or you will never put a matrix and you'll keep answer like last year you told me, exact same, that, hey, research has no dollar value, but there is a dollar value. I saw the previous presentation. It shows the research money came 188 million, but I never see which department brought it, how many teachers are tenured, how many researchers are there. These are the very common question comes in a businessman's mind. Go ahead, Madam Chair.
So yes, they do have by department, by faculty. I mean, how else would they know whether or not their research is sufficient? I'm just trying to say that does exist. And I believe we did have that during our research meeting, which was in November. And that information is available and we can get it to you as well. I just wanted to point out to you, though, that they are measured on something called an H-index. And that means how much they publish. And whether you think that's great or not, that is how academia works right now. And President and I have had many discussions on H-index versus impact, and how impact at a university like this is going to start showing more importance and relevance, given that that's what's going to make a difference to research funders that aren't your typical, that are corporations, for example. However, H-index is important because it tells how many citations there are. So someone may do a discovery, and that discovery itself doesn't yield funding of a certain magnitude, but the number of other researchers that cite that work as a result, and it becomes other work, is what's important. And all you have to do is look at the vaccines that we have today to see how relevant the basic research in one area with one university and one lab was to all the other researchers and labs to yield what we now have today to help us fight COVID. So it's very important that we not mix up the way industry invests in research and the way academia invests, because academia does not look at research with a dollar amount goal in mind, with a return on investment like industry does. They are doing basic research. It's a curiosity, and they're interested in how things work or why things work. And these are the things that then yield these great results and discoveries that we have. And this is why it's important, because students come here to learn from these types of people. Go ahead.
Chair C.
Okay, one more question, ma'am, as you mentioning about it. Very simple. If we are spending, say, 10 million on a research, a couple of meetings back, University of Wisconsin, I forgot the lady's name, she gave a expectation, suppose you spend this much, 70% is expected. Is that any kind of benchmarking we ever did between each faculty? As I said, either it's a business or hospitality or a science or art or human. Where is those number? Who got it?
I'm going to
why
let
trustees don't have it?
I'm going to let Provost Johnson answer that.
So Trustee Gaekwad, we do indeed benchmark. We don't benchmark music against chemistry, for example, but what we do is ask, how are our chemists doing compared to chemistry faculty in other research universities across the country, universities like us and universities better than us. And we seek to improve the quality of what we do in chemistry so that it can advance and be more like the best universities. We do that department by department. One thing I really want to emphasize is that we do not measure the success of research, as Chair C said, by the acquisition of grants. Grants, in fact, don't turn a profit for the university. What grants do is permit us to expand our research mission, that allow us to do more work. And now I've got to hedge what I just said. In certain disciplines, and I'll just call them grant-getting disciplines, good people are able to get funded. And in my own department, physics, in chemistry and engineering, and disciplines like those, it is in fact part of the criteria for tenure and promotion that faculty are able to find external support for their research, but that's not the case in other disciplines, history or music or business.
But sir, please answer me very simple question. It's not very technical. Suppose a research faculty is spending $5 million. What is expected grant to be received because of that research? Forget about the impact of medicine, vaccine. I am in hospitality and I have other board member also in hospitality. I have never seen somebody research tens of millions and what is the result of it or a business. I'm in a business all my life since 17 and a half years old. It just blows my mind that what does these people research? Look, I understood, Mr. Provost, that university needs the research money and we all should fight. I am in favor of it, but I also need a matrix. I cannot blindly go and say, these people did this, that's why I give them a tenure. And that's why I'm opposed to that tenure, which I'm not willing to give them unless somebody from university, whether president or you or somebody, who give us some kind of matrix. That guys, this year we spent so many million on a research and this much grant we received. If you do not give me that, how can I approve that tenure for that department, whether it's accounting, philosophy, theater, School of Virtual Art, and I can go on and on. We got to have some matrix in our life. I never heard there is no matrix. And if the university can produce the matrix, who else is going to produce to us? I want to aware all the trustees very aware of this issue, that we are putting these things on a consent agenda. I think the tenure impact is very big impact. I did study it. It should be around 3 million with these people's impact, whether they say whether they increase salary or not. I'm not in that committee and I'm not doing it. But on a board of trustees, those who are brand new, I please request you before you vote, you must look into it why we give the tenure. If the tenure is the research, then research is automatically guaranteed by the grant. But now if somebody tells me, oh, no, we spent 20 million, 10 million in a research, but don't worry about grant. They just learn. So it's just hard for me to digest. I'm
Trustee
sorry,
Martin.
Chair C.
Thank you, Chair C. First, for the record, Trustee Gaekwad, I did say it was 45 that we were recommending for tenure in my report.
No problem, sir.
I think there's, as you say, incredible importance for us to track and analyze everything at this university, including research, and how it impacts various outcomes of this university. And, I've had the honor of being part of this debate several times now, particularly as we bring on new trustees onto the board. And there's one element that I think needs to be stated here that is really important in how tenure affects the operation and success of our university. And that is, if we are going to create the best possible outcomes for our students, we have to attract the best possible educators for our students. And in doing that, we're competing not just with everyone else in our state, but we're competing with everyone in the country. And the fact of the matter is that tenure is a fundamental part of the professorial process, the hiring process, and ultimately identifying the best educators in the country. And if we're going to attract and retain the best educators in the country, we have to have this system in place as well so that we can provide the best education for our students. And so in saying that, yes, I totally agree with you. We have to track, we have to have metrics, we have to understand outcomes, but you and I are both business people. This is not, as Chair C said, this is not a typical return on investment evaluation because, you know, quite frankly, a tenured music professor might not return the type of research dollars to the university that an engineering professor may, for example, okay? And so it's, you can't measure every tenured professor in the exact same way. Having said that, yes, everybody's evaluated, and as we go through this process, it goes through committee, it goes through deans, it goes through the provost, it goes through the president. There are several layers of evaluation in determining who receives tenure. But I just want to underscore to you and to the new trustees, if we're going to attract and retain the best educators for our students, then, you know, the ability to have tenure and evaluate that tenure is incredibly important.
Thank you, Trustee Martin.
Trustee Martin.
O'Cady. Trustee O'Cady.
Okay,
Trustee
go ahead.
O'Cady.
Yeah, thank you, Chair C. So first of all, I'd just like to say I'm sympathetic with Trustee Gaikwad and Condello's comments. We need to fully understand what it is we're approving when we're approving something as important as tenure. And perhaps it shouldn't be on the consent agenda. Maybe we should have this as a full agenda item with a presentation. At the same time, I agree with Trustee Martins. And when you look at the action item, you know, it says it was reviewed by the department, the tenure committee, the department chair, the college promotion and tenure committee, the dean of the college, the university promotion and tenure committee, the provost, and the president. And then it gets to us. I think what we're just missing maybe in some of the presentation, but which is assumed, is that each of these candidates have met the criteria established for them over this 6-year period or longer, as the case may be, taking into account the fact that maybe a music professor's contributions are different than someone who's in research. So I think what could be helpful in the future when we do these tenure recommendations is to get a report. And you don't have to go through all 45 individuals, but it'd be helpful to have some background on what the tenure committee, what the dean, what the provost have concluded. It's implied that they've concluded that these people are all deserving of tenure, but we're just not seeing some of that hard work that's gone in behind the scenes. And so I think maybe, at least at future presentations, that would be helpful information to get. I also think it wouldn't hurt to have a workshop where the tenure process could be a dedicated item that we could be educated on how tenure works. And I agree that in the business of higher education, tenure is a critical component, both in terms of recruiting, retention, research, recruiting the faculty themselves, but also the students and getting us where we want to be with our strategic goals. So I hear all sides, and I think there's maybe just a little more education we can do for us so that we're more informed of what our tenure process actually involves. Thank you.
Trustee Mike, go ahead.
If I may, Chair C.
Yes, Trustee Mills.
Thank you. Again, I don't want to repeat the comments of Trustee O'Cady or Trustee Martins, but I certainly agree with them, and I do think perhaps there's an opportunity for us to have a specific workshop on the concept of tenure. I do want to make sure that we don't conflate research budgets with tenure. They're sort of distinct things because there's a lot of people doing research, even undergraduate students, right? There's a lot of people doing research where we're getting grants and financial implications that are not tenured employees for sure. So while they may, overlap for sure, they're two distinct different items. And again, the metrics on all of our KPIs, whether it be research or otherwise, are absolutely critical. Tenure's been around since 1950, right? And it's an important part of what we do as a research institution for sure. And I would tell you that I do believe that it's possible for us to be a financially stable institution, right? With tenure, employees, as well as research grants, that some of them that make profits, some of them don't, for the sake of curiosity and research that has led, our science and discoveries throughout our history of education.
Okay, so the VP for Research, I'm not finished. I'll yield the floor when I finish making my statement. Hold on, please. So the VP of Research sent me a link, which we will send to all of you, that shows every single college, the research amounts, the dollar amounts, the number of grants, et cetera, for the year. And we'll get that to you so that you have that detail. It shows the source, for example, federal, industry, state and local, DoD, NASA, et cetera. So we will provide all of that detail in one link, and the board office will get that to you. Now, you may speak, Trustee Gaikwad.
Thank you, Chair C. I was just holding my place by telling you that I need to answer Trustee Martin. When Trustee Martin, you said best talent, let me explain to you, there is a last college on the list of US News. I have never heard in my life that college will tell that they are not attracting the best talent. The best talent means what is very broader thing, because I understand, I hired hundreds of people, so I understand best talent. No matter what, whether it's a university or a business or anything else, best talent is a best talent. So it's very vague answer for me as a best talent, because I needed to give tenure. I am not going in that debate, how you select, what you select. My question was very related. The tenure is related to the research, because that gentleman or lady has done a 6-year, and that research has yielded the grant of that department. That's what I was coming to the point. I have nothing against anybody. What I'm asking, Chair C, is very simple. If the gentleman or the lady does the best research, they get the tenure, I'm fine. Whosoever committee does, I have no issue with that. But then what did they yield in that 6 years of research? What grant they yield? That's what I was asking. For example, each college has each department, business, theater or whatever. Tell me they have spent 20 million, 10 million, 9 million, and what grant they receive. So we can, as me individual trustee and my other fellow trustees, they can see what is the impact of that tenure, because you give tenure on a base of research. Then research should bring me the grant money. But you're saying no, grant money won't come because
always.
Research is something different. So
Not
I am
always.
confused. So that's what it
Because
is.
you're comparing it to industry. It's not an return on investment dollars necessarily. It could be a return on discovery, basic knowledge, information that then someone else can pick up and apply, and then you can calculate a return on a dollar at that point. But if you don't have the basic research, which may yield a lot of failure, okay? All failures and no dollars. But you know what that failure yields? Knowledge. So that means they write the paper. They say this doesn't work. Then other people don't have to spend their time, money, talent going down that path because they have that knowledge now and they try other things. If we start putting boundaries on this, we are going to lose the whole opportunity for this discovery that many other countries are also competing with us against. Yes.
Madam Chair, respect.
Trustee Harrington.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you. So I want us to take a little bit of a step back here. Please trust that this is a fundamental and basic tenet of a research university. I know that there's a national conversation against it. If you actually go and look at what this is and what it does for universities, getting rid of it ruins the functioning and concept of research universities. There's a good example down the road at Florida Tech where for years they did not have a tenure system. And I know of a particular position, one position in one department, where 3 different faculty members cycled through that position, got there, spent $500,000 in startup, and left after 3 years to go to a place that had tenure. That's what happens if you don't have a tenure system. Your faculty use you as a springboard to go to places where they have that. So just as a business person, that is the competitive landscape. And what we trade for that, right, what faculty trade for that is substantially lower salaries than industry salaries for similarly qualified people. I think what we need to do, I know many of the people on this list. I know the process that this university goes through to evaluate their dossiers. Their dossiers, before they were electronic, these dossiers were printed out. They're 2, 3, 4 inches thick, every single individual person. That's all the metrics that you're looking for. That's how many grants they got, how many papers they published, who's citing those papers, the national impact, and not just in research, but also in teaching and also in service. So each one of these people has been evaluated. It took a year to do the evaluations against standards that are specific to every single department in this university, that are developed by the faculty, that are vetted by the administration. These people they have been vetted. They have been through the grinder. They have earned this status. And I think we need to do our job here and give them what they have earned. Keep them here because of what we've invested in them and the much greater promise that their ongoing research will bring to us. And then in the coming year, I think we need some workshops on what is tenure. We had one about what is research, but I think we need to go into this question about what is tenure and how does it work, because we cannot, as trustees, continue forward without each of us understanding what this really means for a university.
And we'll add that to the trustee education. Trustee La Rosa.
I just wanted to quickly provide the student perception of this. I'll be completely frank, a lot of times there's mixed perceptions from students about tenure, but really what it stems from is students have a great understanding of the benefit that having tenured professors bring. There's faculty retention, there's recruitment, there's consistency, positive effects on our numbers and rankings, and most importantly, the student experience academically. Where the student hesitation comes in is the accountability and evaluation process after the fact, once professors are tenured. And I've had the pleasure and honor of working very hard this year in discussing this with Provost Johnson and President Cartwright, and students are starting to feel extremely comfortable with tenuring professors. And we understand the value of this because it shapes our academic career. There's nothing more valuable than being able to say that I did research as an undergraduate student and look at what I learned and look at what I did. When we have these presentations at the beginning of our meetings and we see all the accomplishments our current students and our graduated students are doing in research, accomplishing, and serving and making our vaccine across the nation. These kinds of things stem, and that's what makes UCF what we are. So yes, overall, there's oftentimes, hesitation and concern with tenure because it's a big commitment and students have those concerns. But overall, we understand the value of that, and I did just want to provide that perception briefly. Thank you.
Trustee Gaikwad.
I think I need to clear one more time. I'm not talking ROI. Please, I'm not talking ROI. I'm just asking very basic question. And that question is very, very basic. Tenure is related to the research. Research should be related to the grant. All I'm asking, how, for example, you take any one department and say you have 100 tenure guys there, right? Then we need to say they did tremendous research. That's why we grant them the tenure. I'm fine. But then what grant we brought it? It is not about competition, but we should focus on a value. That's what I'm saying. If, say, certain department is spending 10 million and the grant is this much, we're not trying to punish them, but how we can improve to get that grant. In the same token, the other department is spending 10 million and are bringing 70%, which is a typical benchmark. And the last thing, we need to have benchmarking. Where is a benchmarking? We have 13 universities in state of Florida. They all attract the best talent. They all have the tenure. They all have the research, and they all have the grant. So if we get what is a comparative to us to USF or some other university, we need to do benchmarking, just like we did in advancement committee, that which university is raising how much money. Is that mean I'm degrading the alumni or anybody? No, I'm just asking question. Whom we are benchmarked with? UCF has never done benchmarking with anybody since I am on the board. And that's what the point I'm trying to bring it. Let's benchmark that who is in our competition, who is taking their research dollar, how we can bring more research dollar. Because more research dollar is better for the university, but also grant money we need to bring. So that's what I'm bringing to attention, nothing else.
Provost Johnson, benchmarking.
So we benchmark against many universities. We always compare ourselves by every measure possible, including grants, citations of papers, publications and the like, against all of the SUS institutions, against the University Innovation Alliance institutions, and against a self-selected group of near peers, some aspirational and some like ourselves. And we certainly do that with grants as well as all of our other measures. For example, Paige Borden sent me a message during our conversation to mention that we were, in terms of citations of our scholarly work, which is in fact one of the very important ways that we measure the success of an individual's research. We can also do that to benchmark a department to the university. And Paige's quick note to me was that we were 52nd among the public universities, public research universities. That sounds about right to me. And tied with UCF within Florida, behind UF and FSU. And that also sounds right. So we do, that's just a snapshot, but we do benchmark quite regularly. And Trustee C, I never answered, Chair C, I never answered Trustee Gaikwad's initial question, which is what is tenure? Would it be valuable for me to answer that?
Yes.
So what tenure means is that we agree to continue employing somebody unless there is a lack of performance or misconduct. Generally speaking, tenured faculty produce strongly at this university until they choose to retire. There have been cases where people's performance has slipped and we have had to either, generally speaking, we persuade them to leave. I'll just say it that way, because it's better to leave with dignity than to be fired. It's really that simple. And we've had instances of misconduct, sexual harassment, research misconduct, and others, where it's been necessary to terminate tenured faculty. So it's a substantial guarantee. Why would we do it? Actually, Trustee Martins gave what I think is the most important statement from a pragmatic point of view, which is that it's necessary in this business to be competitive if we're to hire decent faculty. Without it, we will not hire decent faculty. We will not become a top 50 public university. We'll head in the other direction. But I'd really feel bad if I didn't tell you the positive reasons that tenure was established in the first place. And that is, first, to give people, faculty, confidence in the classroom to teach what they believe should be taught without fear of consequence. That is to say, they may teach unpopular things. They may teach things that challenge students' self-identity, and students have to learn to think through it. And traditionally, this was the origin of tenure. To me, the second reason is equally important. We would say it gives a faculty member the ability to conduct research as they see fit. in the area that catches their interest, what Chair C called curiosity-driven research. I would frame tenure's benefit there in the following way. In a university, we want our faculty to do big, important work. Big, important work is risky work. In the United States, fundamental research is no longer carried out except almost completely in research universities, largely with the help of governmental and sometimes industrial funding. That's where the basic work occurs. And we very badly want our faculty not just to try to do safe things and incremental things, but to be willing to swing for the fences for big and important work. And you can only do that if you don't fear the loss of your job at the end of a year or two of swinging and missing. So those are the traditional positive explanations for the existence of tenure. And I do believe them with all my heart. I would feel bad if I didn't express this to the board today.
Trustee Gaikwad?
I'm not going to stop. Chair, see, I'm going to stop debating. I just want to prove my point very basic. And when I learned from that Wisconsin expert, they send us and they 70% target on a grant recovery is very normal. All I want to see, how many faculties are using research and how much grant. That's all I want to see.
And the board office will provide that for you.
Yeah.
Is there any other
And it should be
discussion?
provided to all. Please don't only provide to me, so they can take a perfect decision.
Is there any other discussion, Trustee Conti?
Quick question. In the to pursue the point of competition, and what makes a university competitive for the best educators.
Speak up.
Does anyone keep data on the percentage of tenured at this university in relation to the professorial FTE? So we know what level are?
We can't hear
I hear
you.
you very well.
Do we keep, how's that? Do we keep any statistic on the percentage of tenured to the total, FTEs?
Yes.
Like professors. And
Yes.
if we do, does anyone look at how that, from a competitive standpoint, compares to those universities that not only we consider we will compete with, or those that we don't, or those universities that we feel are great? We talk about
Well,
Florida, South
think-
Florida.
Paige showed us that at
Yeah.
this November meeting. She showed us that data because we specifically hired the clusters
Right.
during that time.
I remember
And I
that
think she
conversation.
explained to us why they focused on the tenured faculty for the research and
Right.
in the key areas where there was high demand.
So with the 45 page, do you have a feel for what that would be? You could email it, it doesn't matter right now. Yeah. I'd like to get a feel for that, and also in relation to how we compete in those numbers. To a school like, South Florida, we don't have to go to Princeton. Because we know their research and their reimbursement for that research is greater than ours. So I'd like to make a correlation, and that could further prove the value of tenure. One thing, Trustee Gaikwad, we have to understand, many other factors, of course, is to be a trailblazer in this area would not service this university well. Conceptually, I understand what you're saying. I also understand that this is a private business and public university. And, quite frankly, to be the front guy in a situation like this, we have to study that impact, not only immediate impact, but long-standing impact. So if the rest aren't going to get behind us and do the same, we'll be a Florida Tech. So not to further debate, but the fact of the matter is I'd like to know what that percentage is so that I can understand where we sit in our university system as well as the rest of the country.
And while you're at it, Dr. Borden, would you also include the patents? I think we have a high number of patents.
Yes, we do.
And in fact, I heard from a USF individual that the corridor produces more patents than Research Triangle.
That's true, yeah.
So as we're trying to help our community with economic development, we need to think through that contribution of the university as well, which comes from this research. And you cannot patent without the research, so that should be clear.
Madam Chair, just last request, when you send the report, can you send a benchmarking with other universities of Florida?
Yes.
That's all I need.
Yes,
Please.
she had that. She had that in November, so I know she has it, and she's shaking her head, yes, that she will produce that for us.
Chair C?
Yes.
Just one quick comment. I'd be remiss if, I think we also have to recognize, knowing that we have to benchmark, knowing that we need the data, knowing that we need to understand how we compare to everyone else, we do have to recognize that our goal is to be a top-tier R1 university. And the evaluation that goes into being a top-tier R1 university is not just about grants. It's about a lot of other elements, including patents, including articles and citations, everything that's been noted. If we want to be a top-tier R1 university, it's not just about grants. And finally, I would say we'll work with Provost Johnson and prepare a workshop for the off cycle of this conversation, so that it's not around approval time. We'll do it in the fall.
Right.
And we'll do a full presentation on tenure.
And I'd like to wrap this up by reminding everybody that we are a board, and our job is not to manage. It's to make sure there's management. And there was a significant amount of management that took place to bring these faculty to us with all the information and the analysis and the year-long exercise that they were put through to prove that they were worthy of tenure. So we've had a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed,
No,
like sign.
my vote is no, ma'am.
That's fine. Okay. Note, Trustee Gaikwad has voted not in favor. Any others not in favor?
Trustee Condello.
Trustee Condallo, any others? Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, is there any other new business to come before the board? Okay, so we'll go into our next session then. Okay, all right, good. Okay, today President Cartwright will present an update on the development of his senior leadership team and some of the changes to university operations he'll execute as we come out of the COVID challenge and begin strategic planning activities. I have a high level of confidence in our president and his senior team, as I believe all of you do. I'd like to reiterate that the board is always working directly and closely with the president, and that the decisions related to university operations are always driven by the president. President Cartwright, we look forward to hearing about your plans for UCF and how we can support you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair C, for the opportunity to present a framework for organizing core functions of the university that will allow us to move UCF forward. Since I arrived, we've shared the goal of focusing UCF on becoming a world's leading public metropolitan research university that is determined to foster success for students of all backgrounds. It's a challenge worthy of all our skills and passion, but to deliver on that, we need to be excellent in student outcomes, education, research, and the creative arts. We will need to work together internally and with our community to build a plan around as UCF moves into the future. It will require strategic investments in our core missions of academics, and it is a challenge that will only be achieved side by side with our faculty, staff, students, alumni, and friends together. Fortunately, we've had a head start. For 58 years, we've seen tremendous growing national recognition that UCF is a place where things get done, where students learn. The stature of our faculty continues to grow, and the impact of our research expands. As we begin to look forward, I'm asking our leadership team and the campus community to focus on inclusive excellence, building an inclusive environment with a culture of compassion, operational excellence, becoming exceptional in our operations, serving as trustworthy stewards of taxpayer, donor, and tuition dollars. Academic excellence, focusing on our academic enterprise and providing the resources for our faculty, staff, and students to focus on learning and the pursuit of academic excellence. And partnerships, to be a partner to our region's needs and develop true relationships that not only can serve our community, but advance the research and scholarship of our faculty. I know if we focus on these pillars of excellence and match that focus with strategic investment in our academic mission, we will become a top 50 public research university and one of the world's leading metropolitan research universities. And we will do it in a way that is uniquely UCF and leans into the can-do attitude of our people. When I think about leadership, I was part of a Aspen Institute, and it was focused on new presidents, and really we're looking at how do we lead an institution, and what does a transformational leader look like in higher education. I know you can't read this, but the bigger things are that we've transitioned quite a bit from thinking of people as managers and telling everybody what to do, to where now leaders, like the provost, like our senior vice president, Gerald Hector, I expect them to identify the problems, to propose solutions, and then figure out how we make those change. We expect that they will look at the entire organization from a strategic level, such as the goals and mission of the institution, and that how they're tied to the performance rather than just being focused on their individual division and what they're doing. All transformational leaders think about the budget as a tool to engage in the change and transformation that they're looking for in their areas. And that means, of course, moving funds to areas that will benefit the whole institution rather than viewing funds as owned within a particular unit. And that transformational leaders inspire their teams to step up and be hungry for personal growth and development that instills confidence among team members. And finally, that we embrace constructive criticism as data points on how to get better at approaching these roles, especially when they are new to an organization. Feedback is seen to fuel or drive that improvement and execution. And as we continue to recruit executive leaders to the university, we hope to attract transformational leaders that will continue to join this team and empower the leaders across the institution. I had asked at our cabinet meeting that our provost and our senior vice president Hector really facilitate a conversation with the cabinet and talk about how this fits what they are doing, and then also what others can be doing to change the way that we lead, to empower people to do even more. So you will see a lot more of us, this institution, thinking about how do we change, how do we move forward, how do we empower people, how are we holding people accountable, and how do we assess what we're doing so that we know where we are to be able to figure out where we are going and how we're going to get there. That is going to be critical, and we will continue to work on that. When I think about how we create such a structure, it's important that we think about this institution's organizational framework. And if you go to the next slide, what you will see is that I can't help it, I always try to think of how can I simplify things in my mind. And a university of this size is extremely complicated. But when I think about what we're doing, we need to think about core functions for this university. And I'm looking at this as 4 core areas that are interconnected that really will be the pillars of excellence for the university. The academic enterprise is one that, of course, is going to be led by the provost and the executive vice president of academic affairs. Within this enterprise, you will start to see that there's much that we do academically that all needs to be interconnected. Our administration, you can, it's okay. All right, I'll do it this way then. They switched the slide. If you look at those four areas, academic enterprise is the job of the provost. It has academic affairs in there. It has student success, research and innovation, health affairs, information and technology, cybersecurity, all of the things that come together to define what it means to be a great academic institution. It is essentially, it represents the core mission of teaching, research, and service, and it has to be aligned under the leadership of the provost. But to be able to support that, you need to be operationally excellent, and you need to have an administration and finance unit that is thinking about how we use our dollars, where they are, how do we create the facilities that are needed. And that unit is led, of course, by our new Senior Vice President for Administration and Finance, Gerald Hector. It's finance, it's accounting, it's budgeting, it's facilities, it's real estate, it's human resources, it's public safety, it's all of the things that are needed to think about how we continue to be efficient as an institution and use the resources that we have to achieve the goals of the institution. When I first joined this institution, this board talked about how do we diversify, how do we find other resources, how do we grow beyond our needs, our financial needs, how do we address them beyond just the state funding and tuition and fees? What are the other resources that we need to be bringing in? When I have thought about this, I recognize that we need a unit that is very much focused on external affairs and advancement. And this unit will bring together all of the things that are driving additional resources to the institution. It is how do we bring our advancement group, our development functions, together with our alumni engagement. They're already together, but we're going to think of other ways to even do more. But it's also about how do we market and how do we communicate what this institution is? How do we bring into that our partnerships and our corporate relations so that when anybody wants to work with this university, they know where to go. They know how to engage with the university. It is a one-stop shop for anybody that is interested in engaging with this university. It is about our communication, community relations, and it's also about economic development that we are doing. The goal is to think of ways to diversify our revenues and align them together under a single leader who will help increase coordination and collaboration across all of these units. This is a big job to come to think about how we essentially position the university in all of these areas, and to launch we would need to launch an aggressive search to find someone who would be the right leader to provide the vision, energy, and strategy that can help us to align these efforts. This is why I think this has to be a new senior vice president position that is aligned with the work that's under Senior Vice President of Administration and Finance, Gerald Hector, and the provost. And together, they can all start to drive this university even more into the future. And the last pillar is culture and effectiveness. And I feel very strongly that you don't become an exceptional institution unless you have the right climate, the right culture for an institution, and that we have a way to measure our effectiveness. And the culture and effectiveness will be under the president and will be my primary responsibility. How do we create a climate where we are holding people accountable, where we are supporting people, where we're allowing people to be the best that they can be. That is something that is certainly for the president to be focused on. I want to expand a little bit more on our partnerships and how we continue to work in this area. So as we align our work around external affairs and advancement, we want to be committed to being a good partner to everybody. As a county, Florida, Central Florida emerged from the pandemic, we are committed to working with our industry and government partners to help to drive the economy further forward. The provost and I have been spending a lot of time with our partners to understand their needs and how UCF can help them meet their commitments and transform to the emerging business environment. I will say that Tim Giuliani in the video was talking about the need for industry to have the workforce that they're looking for. We are that institution that will be here to help to provide the workforce that is needed. Almost every great economic region in this country, at the center of that is a great research university. And that is what we intend to be, is to be a part of that. I want to give you some examples of how we do that. The first one is actually one that's built on many decades-long collaboration with the U.S. Department of Defense as an academic member of Team Orlando. And last August, a new relationship was established to accelerate the development of innovative modeling, simulation, and training solutions for the military. The Central Florida Tech Grove was established through the first ever multi-service funded partnership intermediary agreement. The 5-year agreement was executed between UCF Research Foundation and the Naval Air Warfare Center Training Systems Division. Funding for the Tech Grove is provided by not TCS?
Not TSD.
Not TSD. Sorry, I said the wrong way. I've got the wrong letters. The Army's Program Executive Order for Simulation, Training, and Instrumentation, the Marine Corps' Program Manager for the Training Systems, and the Air Force Agency for Modeling and Simulation. 4 additional military and national security entities are in the process of joining Tech Grove as funding partners. This is remarkable and shows the reach of what we are doing at this institution, and it's a type of partnership example that we want to continue to strive for. As a virtual and physical innovation center, it's anchored in partnership building in the Central Florida Research Park, and it's growing rapidly, and it'll continue to work with industry, academia, and government from across the nation and leverage all of the strengths that we have here in our faculty and students. You have heard before that we have been talking also with the airport. And one of the things that has happened with the Greater Orlando Aviation Authority is for us to be thinking about what does the future of the airport look like? And we're happy to be a part of that and a partner in that discussion. Tim Kotnauer, one of our professors, is going through a strategic process where he's working with the staff at GOA to think about what could that potentially be in the future and connecting that to all of the things that are happening at the university. So in the first case, you saw one that was fairly well evolved and already in an agreement phase, and we have the partnerships in place. This one with the airport is looking at it from what could be possible, what's the strengths of the university, what's the strengths of the airport, and how do we then bring them together to build something that could help to continue to push this community forward. I'm excited, and I want to thank Chair C, and I also want to thank the board chair for GOA, Carson Good, for all of the support that they've been providing us, and I want to, of course, thank all of our faculty who have been involved and also the staff at GOA who've actually been helping us to envision what this might be. It is exciting, and it will take us time to get to something that will make a big difference. As you develop partnerships, you have to get to know each other. And we had the honor of visiting Kennedy Space Center, the Provost and I, and Space Florida. And it was remarkable when you find out that over 25% of the people at Kennedy Space Center are UCF grads. That is a pretty remarkable thing. I think it is fair to say we do put people in space, and we are leaders in space science and space exploration. So we look forward to continuing to work with them and to work with Space Florida. That is at a nascent stage. We already have a lot of partnerships with them, but I think there's even more that is possible there, and I want us to be thinking about how we continue to be a good partner and move this institution and move the region forward by elevating those partnerships to new levels. With that, trustees, I believe this alignment of leadership, where we're consolidating and thinking much more strategically, will position UCF for success. Having the right leaders in the right place will provide a solid foundation for us to achieve that success. And as we realign leadership, we'll also be organizing to launch a strategic planning process that will start, has already started in some ways. We have lots of little pieces here and there, but we will launch an official strategic planning process to engage the entire university that will, of course, be, I hope, have heavy involvement and interest from this board, because it is critical to the movement of this institution as we go forward. Chair C will be leading a discussion later in the meeting, but our team organizing is really looking at how we can have an inclusive process with the board's feedback over the summer. I expect, again, that the faculty will return in the fall, and I look forward to having their engagement in the entire process, and we will do it in a way that we develop the best possible plan for this institution collectively. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any or entertain any questions or discussions about this initial new organizational feedback structure. Thank you.
Do you have any questions? Guess you're good to go.
Good. So, thank you. I think next I'd like to actually dedicate some time to providing the board with updates from two of our newest leaders. UCF has been very lucky to recruit two exceptional transformational leaders, and Gerald Hector, our Senior Vice President for Administration and Finance, and Matt Hall, our Vice President for Information Technology. I frequently cited Timothy Galway's simple yet powerful definition that performance is equal to potential minus interferences. And the collective impact and potential of this institution is endless. However, what we've found is our processes and our systems in some areas need some improvement and need to allow us to make those changes to reach our full potential. Some of the processes are burdensome to our academic and administrative operations, and certainly are an interference to our success. Since joining UCF, both Gerald and Matt have been focusing their efforts on improving our operations to reduce interference and allow our people to be successful, and to better align our resources to support our core mission. I'd like to first turn it over to Senior Vice President Hector for him to begin his update, and then we'll switch to Matt afterwards. Gerald.
Thank you, Dr. Cartwright. Well, first and foremost, I would like to say thank you for the opportunity to serve here at UCF, this wonderful institution, and Dr. Cartwright's entrusting me with this role. It's great to see some of you. I've seen you on Zoom, but seeing you in person is even better. What I would like to do today is walk through a couple of slides and just talk about where we are, what we've accomplished thus far, and where we're going. This is just a conversational type presentation. I've shared some executive type financials before, but I'll just walk through and give some context. Whenever I present, I like to talk about maxims, and as Dr. Cartwright has said, we've been working on this process of leadership and also transformational leadership in what we're doing. So the first maxim here is just management works in the system, leadership works on the system by Stephen Covey. That's something that guides me in what I try to do and accomplish here and what I have witnessed and observed over the last 4 months of being here. So why change now? As we're talking about change and transformational leadership, there are several things that's hitting higher education in general. We all know that. Shifting demographics, net tuition revenue reduction, state reductions if you're a public institution like we are. But external pressures are intensifying. It's intensifying every day. Dollars are shrinking. Institutions are having to find ways to diversify revenues and things of that nature. That's real. Our internal priorities here at UCF, to some extent, they're mismatched from an administrative side of things. When you take a look at the research and academic rigor of this institution, it's miles beyond, it's exceptional beyond measure. However, the platform on which that research and education has to stand, it is shifting. It is shifting because we lack a consistency in how we are trying to shore up the foundation on which we can all stand. So I like to equate it with what I call the rocking chair mode. And that is we have a lot of activity, no forward movement. And you can see it in just the conversations that we've been having. You would expect to have senior leaders at a certain level understanding how the place works. It is very clear to me now, lucid and transparent in many ways, that that's not the case, and we have to fix that. Transparency versus execution. We're now moving to a very transparent mode in all that we do. We're moving to a new budget model, which is great. I endorse the incentive-based model. However, we lack execution for many reasons. Technology, lack of knowledge, lack of experience in some areas. A big R1 institution is, in fact, a small city, and we have to operate in that way, but we have to execute. You can plan, but you have to execute. And quite frankly, as you might have seen nationally, we're inside what I call the perfect storm. Managers versus leaders, I mentioned that before. We have a lot of bright, talented people here. I've been overwhelmed by, in the conversations I've been having with folks, there's a lot of talent here, but the talent is the analogy of the bus. Do you have the right people on the bus, and are they in the right seats? So we have people who are more prone to manage things versus seeing themselves as leaders. And that is a challenge because even at my level, in my role, I can't oversee everything. So I have to see people for their skill sets in that regard. And part of my job now is just to lift them up, to get them to say, look, you can do this. I use the expression that a number of the people I've seen that are talented is like we have put topsoil over them. My job right now is to pour fertilizer so that they can grow, blossom, and groom. Technology, Matt will talk about. Our technology utilization here needs a lot of work. Our platforms are not where they should be for an institution of our gravitas and national importance. We have to work on that. And my partner here in crime, Matt, we're going to be working on that. You all have heard me say in my 2 or 3 other meetings before, our financial system and our ledgers, our basic general ledger needs to change. It needs to be improved, even down to how we have set up the account strings. That's the level that I've gone to understand. It challenges our ability to record, summarize, and report financial information. So my utopian view is we close the books 2 weeks after the end of a month. That is going to be a heavy lift for us here at UCF, but we're going to get it done. Got to set a goal, and we're going to achieve it. Stakeholder confidence, obviously the BOG and the Tallahassee, trustees, and the campus in general. I have done what I call my 4-year-old tours. I've met with all the deans and sat just to listen to what they're saying and also to impart some of what I'm seeing. But at the end of the day, there's a trust factor here that we have to overcome across all stakeholders, and we will get that done. In my area, I'm trying to get us to be no longer a gatekeeper. We are using the methodologies of what we have been accustomed to, and we need to change that. We need to get to a point where business and finance and administration is a facilitator, not a gatekeeper, and right now that is a challenge that's there for us currently. What have we done thus far? I've restructured the divisional leadership. It took me about 3 weeks to see that something had to be done. And I had to make sure that my direct reports understand my vision, my goal, and how that goal ties in with the president's goals and visions, and how it ties into the board's goals and visions. So we made that adjustment very quickly. We're also reassigning roles and responsibilities. I was pleasantly surprised that, for example, we have over 9 CPAs on our staff. So if we have 9 CPAs, why do we have some of the challenges that we have? It's just cultural, and we have to break through that. So I created also a leadership team. So that same structuring now requires a leadership team that meets every week for 2 hours. We do that so I can get everybody to see the bigger picture. We are so focused on our own little areas that it doesn't invite or allows for people to express themselves. And there's a sense of interpretation and fear of what happened in the past. I'm trying to get them to understand that that's no longer the case. We will debate, we will have dialogue respectfully, but this is all about UCF. One UCF, not multiple UCFs broken up by colleges or units. As I mentioned, I did my campus 4-year-old tours as a simple question. I go into a space and I say to a person, explain to me what you do as you would a 4-year-old. And quite frankly, that is how I'm discovering most of the gaps in our processes, our procedures, and our policies. And that's what we're starting to work on right now. And as I said before, engage external stakeholders. I'm involved now meeting, and thanks to Janet Owen, who has been a great partner, we're meeting with folks up in Tallahassee. I'm being introduced to people in the local community, at the legislature, at the BOG, and I intend to grow and enhance those relationships. Sources and uses, some of you are on the FFC, you guys have seen that. I've given you a draft of that, but that will be something in line with the goal that I have, and that is to provide a monthly set of financials and metrics to the board. I have to still work through that. I'm working, Yandi Cook is a good advisor for me in terms of what we can do and how we can do that. But that is my intent. I do believe when people don't know stuff, they make it up. And quite frankly, we've had too much of that happening, and we want to fix that. Financial dashboards will be a part of that packet as well on a monthly basis once we figure out how to get that done. We're also looking into facilities. Facilities, in my humble estimation, has not been given the attention it needed, and now it is starting to show. It is showing in real and tangible ways. But when we look at how we budget and how we allocate resources, I can now see why that is the case. This institution grew very rapidly, as we mentioned before, very successful, but at the end of the day, we still had to take care of the basics, and facilities is the basics. So we'll be dealing with that going forward. We did a retreat for athletics, and we hope to do a retreat for all of the DSOs so that we understand how they interact with the institution. And we're going to hopefully get that done over the course of the summer. And also with our budgeting methodology, the UBC is created and CSWAC. But I have my fundamental view on a budget is it is a tool, and we have to look at how we budget. Our budget right now is bifurcated. It's bifurcated between our operating budget and carry forward. But when we spend with both in mind. Now, if you were in a private institution, you would end up in what's called deficit spending. But if you're a public institution, you're allowed to do that. We have to look at how we target that expenditure. So we're looking into that as well. As Trustee Mills mentioned, we have started the process on the internal loans. I came in and it took me a while to understand it, I think 4 or 5 iterations, but I now do believe I have my hands squarely around it, and we have to solve it. It is mostly an internal issue, and it's one that's going to require some very hard conversations. We've met with the President's Cabinet and a leadership council that he has created, and we have shared it. And just last week, I met with all of the budget officers, both on the research side and on the auxiliary side, and telling them that this process is coming. We're trying to reduce the payback period from 11 years down to 3 to 5 years. I would like to do it cold turkey, but we cannot afford to do so, so we're going to work on that. The carry forward process is one that I'm looking at as well, and trying to get us to understand how we budget. If we budget and we put all of our base costs inside a base budget, we can then manage a capital budget separate and distinct from an operating budget. We have been conflating the two. So we have to figure out how we get that done. Cash management and liquidity, I created a treasurer's position just for this particular purpose. We need to have a better understanding of where our cash is at all times. So we're looking at some simple metrics around 4-week rolling cash flows. We're looking at days cash on hand. We're looking at the colors of money in the context of how you run an institution. So all those things are working. The 3 Ps I mentioned at my very first meeting with the FFC, people, process, and performance. We need to touch all 3. The people aspects is around skill sets, it's around ability, it is around professional development. We have folks that are working in positions that have not been professionally developed in a long time. Laws have changed, things have moved, we got to get that done. And service delivery and night vision, that's what we're working on with the ERP, and things are moving there. What are our next steps? I will continue to assess skills and ability. I think that is going to be the key thing for us going forward. We have quite a bit of talented people, but we need to invest in them for them to be successful. As President Cartwright mentioned, we are trying to realign the budget such that it allows for the provost and the presidents to have some measure of direction of where resources go. Currently, we budget in a bifurcated way where on the academic side of the house, we basically do that through revenue allocations. We're trying to get everything done on a built-up budget, ground up, and then we figure out how we fund that budget and whether or not we got to make adjustments. That I'm realizing now is going to be a major culture shift here, and I'm working with the provost. We're going to have to get that done. Administrative functions realignment, we're taking a very strong look at that. I do see some gaps in our administrative side of the house in terms of things that we need for an R1 institution the size of UCF. For example, we don't have a real estate office. So all of our real estate holding is scattered across multiple people. And if the president or provost needs to make a decision, we spend an inordinate amount of time just trying to figure out who owns it and who's accountable. Technological reimagination, working with Matt here, I think we're going to make some great strides in that regard. And one thing I'm big on is assessment. So I'm a big SACS reviewer in my prior life before coming back to the South. I believe in it. And we need to have metrics, and we judge people and their performance based on those metrics. And we have to assess every year so that we can build the plans for the subsequent year. And for me, as a senior vice president, obviously, I'm looking 5 to 10 years out. So we tie all those things together. I think we will be successful. I know we will be successful with a leader like Alex Cartwright and the folks he's bringing in and the provost and the folks I've met. I think we more than will get it done. I know I went very fast. I had 10 minutes, so I hope I stayed within that time frame. One last slide. I mentioned them. Yes, I did. So I'll be more than happy to take any questions if you have for me. And that's my last maxim. Leadership is the capacity and will to rally men and women to a common purpose and the character that inspires confidence. And I believe that's what I try to live up to, and I believe I will continue to do that. We have a heavy lift here. I will not downplay that. But I think most of the lift that we have to come by is budget and culture. And if we can tackle those two at the same time, I think we'll be successful. The people are here, the skills are here, and we can get it done. So, Mr. President, that's my presentation.
Fabulous. Any questions now? You want to take questions now or let Matt go?
Well, do we have any questions for?
I only have one, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Trustee Martin.
Gerald, you've only been here 4 months?
Yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir.
Excellent presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Terrific.
He is definitely what we need.
Yes, he does inspire the confidence. Thank you, Gerald. I'd like to now invite Matt to give us an update on how long have you been here now, Matt?
90 days.
90 days. There you go.
So I'll try to instill as much confidence. I'm a radio check. Good on the voice and the audio? Okay. So this is a story in 3 parts, and it goes to what Gerald said. It's about assessing, analyzing, and acting, and that's going to unfold over a 12-month period. But something that President Cartwright said in one of our meetings in the cabinet is you never really know how to get somewhere unless you know where you are. That's a basic precept of land navigation and aviation navigation. And I'd like to say that this experience here and what brought me to Florida is very personal. It's not mercenary. It's not vocational. This is very personal. I'm a first-generation college student. I'm a Florida native. I was born in Bradenton, Florida. And I'm a complete product, and you can judge for better or worse, of the Florida educational system from K through 12 to graduate school. So I graduated from Manatee High, went to what is now State College, a place called Manatee Community College. And then I was a transfer student to University of South Florida. And while I was in between those things, I also worked at the Department of Commerce. So I had a peripatetic lifestyle when I was a child, and I lived in Highlands, Hardee, DeSoto, and Okeechobee counties. And I also had the opportunity to do a rural economic development program in Central Florida. And then after undergrad, which was International Affairs and Cultural Anthropology, I went to grad school at Florida State. You guys have heard of Florida State, so that's one of our rivals in the SUS, and it's exciting to be on this side of the state with my background. And I got to work at the Florida legislature, and I got to work at the Florida legislature in a very contentious time when it was a reapportionment year. I worked at the House Legislative Data Center, and we put the first House bill system out on the floor of the House of Representatives when I was there. And it was very exciting because it fundamentally changed the way we dealt with legislation. That technology intervention changed everything. Well, Florida was a launching point for me, and I had an opportunity to work in academic medicine. I was a sworn law enforcement officer for many years. I had to work at Microsoft Corporation and in a little bank known as Bank of America. I worked at the Global Corporate Investment Bank at Bank of America for 13 years all over the world. And one of the things that we saw in the banking industry was massive amount of growth after deregulation. So we saw massive growth. At the same time, we saw massive consolidation. And the CEO, the first leadership set at Bank of America, there was under the leadership of a fellow named Hugh McCall. Hugh McCall was very aggressive, grow. And then Hugh left. And we had to then, under the leadership of a fellow named Ken Lewis, you know what we had to do? We had to deal with the growth. And when you inherit a massive amount of growth that occurred over a short period of time, you have extraordinary opportunities for operational effectiveness and efficiency. And the lens through which we dealt with that growth was a technique known as Six Sigma. That's 3.4 defects per million. So W. Edwards Deming once said, "In God we trust, all others bring data." I think you'll see that that's a part of our culture here, is we have to trust but verify. We have to measure twice and cut once. There's a lot of aphorisms I could throw out onto the table, but data-centric management is going to be important. And I just wanted to give you that personal lens through which I'm operating because it's important to inform a series of frameworks. And this is meant to be appreciated, not read necessarily. But at the top, how do we assess and transform? And Alex was talking about transform. We're not just under management control. It's at the top level. We look at IT at UCF and we look at how that informs us. We start with information assurance. There's a framework that we're going to put all of our observations under through a lens: identify, protect, detect, respond, recover. We have 109 categories that is part of the NIST cybersecurity framework that will analyze our information security posture under. I didn't make it up. It's a framework from NIST. And we use those frameworks because it's an industry standard. And for all the conversations we had previously about benchmarks, this will allow us to benchmarks in absolute terms and also relative to other institutions. Secondly, on the upper right-hand quadrant, there's another basic assessment: people, expense, assets, and culture. You know, one of the things in part of my anthropological training, I'm the Margaret Mead of IT, I guess, is because I believe that culture, shared norms, shared values, and shared language is how we define culture in anthropology. Those shared statements are very important for us to normalize on, because I can tell you, and Gerald and I have been talking about this, you would think that if I asked a person in our organization, how many people in IT are there? We should be able to get a fairly cogent, precise, and immediate response. Well, that's not the case, because the question is, how do you define people in IT? Are they part-time? Are they full-time? Are they in the unit? Are they out of the unit? So it's not as simple as it seems to do that first part of that story in 3 parts, which is assess. So we need to find out over the first few months of our tenure together, Gerald and I working together, how much are we spending? How many people do we have? How many assets? These are very discrete counts. And then the second tier at the bottom It's about our mission attainment, looking at research, looking at teaching and learning, looking at health sciences, and looking at the business that Gerald runs and saying, what sort of systems and what sort of technological inputs do you need in those systems? And finally, and this goes to the whole piece about mission attainment, IT is not here for the sake of IT. We're here to enable the mission and to do mission attainment. And so there's a framework from the Commonwealth of Australia that basically they said there's a business resource model that business reference model, pardon me, that looks at the capabilities of a modern research university. Here's teaching and learning, here's enrollment, here's student success. There are 147 different capabilities with 3,500 different unique business processes in that model. And exploring those and the technological inputs and saying these are the things that are most important to the success of the institution, framed by the strategy framework that the president's going to put forward in the next few years. I think we have to look at this as IT as mission enablement and mission supporting. But there's an anecdote and a qualitative component to this. I have met with over 400 people. I've had 300 meetings. I held town halls every week, and there's the walking tour. And I'm looking at Trustee Harrington. I learned a lot from Trustee Harrington in our discussions. One of the things you learn is I take vigorous notes in a tool called Microsoft OneNote. I'm constantly taking notes. I get a list, if I were to physically manifest 8-point font, this is the list. It's a 3.5-foot long list of things that I've learned anecdotally that do have patterns. They're not just individuals. Joe, one of the things that we talked about, it's missing from a top research university is Linux capability, supporting Linux. Capabilities on email that we need to have, for example. Email's email, right? It's just email, no problem. Whatever you do with it's normal. Well, email is incredibly important, especially for continuity of our graduate students, our postdocs, faculty who may have 9-month appointments. There's all sorts of ways in which email is used that impact the life and success of our faculty. These tools are imperative. And then also, what happens when a faculty leaves? Well, clearly in corporate America, you at Bank of America, Matt, will shut off email. I don't want to do that for our faculty. I want to keep it. There's reasons to keep it. And I want to keep it. I want to move it forward so that academic pedigree stays with them through the course of their career. And we need to have discussions about that and what that means for this institution. That, again, timeline, if you would look at what I'm doing, assessing and acting, the orange bars are acts of assessment, and that's how I want to say the pattern. So there's iterative assessment. This is a timeline of a 12-month calendar taking us through December. We're going to be organizing ourself a little bit different. And we are in those yellow or umber, I can't really tell what the color is, but those are the act part of it. We're analyzing, we're assessing, and we're acting. And Mr. Mills told me, Trustee Mills told me, be aggressive. Well, this is an aggressive timeline in a large bureaucracy. So we've got to collect data, we've got to get it precise, and then we incrementally and iteratively have to act. So there is a time, what I want to illustrate by this slide is there is a timeline. We have bounded, we will do this on this date, and we will achieve it, and we will collect the data required to do it. There's a two-phase transformation, and I think it's important on the left side of the mark is, again, these are two organizational models. What I hope to illustrate is that the first on the left side is a flat organization. It's IT operations focused. It's inwardly focused. And that's not IT the way I want to conceive it, which is shared services and mission enablement, but it's IT for the sake of IT. And that's very traditional. That's not unique to UCF. I've seen that at Vanderbilt. I've seen it at the University of California. And the transformation moment is mission attainment, mission enablement, and a move towards shared services. And there are organizational structures which will apply to give us scale and also give the CIO the ability to talk to people in the federated and distributed environments and making sure they have what they need. And I'll give you a quick example. Talking to Dr. Dykin, talking to the people in the health sciences IT organization, they have a tool called eClinicalWorks. That's a CPOE, electronic medical record system. Normal homogenized commodity IT doesn't know how to deal with health sciences applications. That's unique. It's peculiar to health sciences, and there are experts in that area. We don't want to divorce someone from that expertise and that capability. That's incredibly important. So that P2 that you see there, dealing with the mission in the lower right-hand side, dealing with the mission and those peculiar and interesting vocationally specific systems, we have to understand that too. And that's the story in two parts there. We have to look at the commodity IT, core IT, foundational IT, and then we have to look at things that are very mission specific and mission attaining. And as President pointed out earlier, there's a social and organizational construct. And again, the eye chart here is to say there are a lot of frameworks through which we organize IT socially, committee-wise and such. There's a massive amount that requires immense engagement. And if you want a CIO to spend their time on looking inward, I think that's where previous organizational models are. My intent is to reach outward and have an organizational model that allows us to engage at that point of need where these conversations are happening. So one of the boogeymen in the room at all times is shared services and consolidation. How do we consolidate? What do we consolidate? To what extent do we consolidate? I have been at Bank of America in the investment bank, and I told Provost Johnson this the other day, 13 years at Bank of America, and I got to ride what we call the pendulum. Central, decentral, central, decentral. Every 6 months, that firm was reorganizing itself, right? And I've seen the values of both and the dangers of both. And I think we need to find a model that doesn't, in Solomon ways, splits the baby, but actually finds a way to land on a collaborative and consensus-driven understanding of what is unique to UCF and what our needs are, again, attached to mission attainment. So when you look at those shared services, what I feel, and I'll put out here for consideration and provocation, from level 2 through 5, network identity, security, collaboration, emails, endpoints, servers, and so forth, I believe those are elements of IT which benefit from scale and skill. And then everything else is mission attaining. So this is a bit of an eye chart. What I wanted to show here, and I can't even read some of it, is that right now, if you go back to the top of the book, and we said that in information assurance, it's identify, protect, detect, respond, recover. To identify what we have to protect, we got to know what we have to protect. We don't even understand our assets. I started a conversation with this presentation a couple days ago, and it said there were 644 applications or more. Yesterday, I got an update. There's 1,047 applications we have in this institution. As we refine our measurement techniques, as we refine our understanding of the environment, we're going to learn a lot more. Whether it's sufficient or not, I can't say. Whether it's insufficient, I can't. I'm just, as Alex said in the quote, we just got to figure where we are. And where we are right now, central to decentral, this one's for you, Mr. Mills, 52 to 48. We're at 52 distributed, 48 central. Good or bad? Don't know. It's just what it is. We're going to have conversations over the next 8 months to decide what that balance is going to look like, how resources are allocated, and what capabilities we allocate those resources against. And I think one of those critical capabilities is a small and burgeoning field here recently brought to everyone's attention called information assurance and security. I have been doing this for a long time, both in law enforcement and Bank of America, at Vanderbilt. I've ran a lot of InfoSec teams. Let me just start, and I don't mean to be too inflammatory or provocative. I always start with the assumption that we're already breached. That's a zero trust model. We assume breach. And we have to build controls that what do we do when the institution's already breached? Now that's an inside baseball sort of term, scary to the public. It's an assumption that helps us protect ourselves better. And then one of the things that I do is I trust but verify. I did a NIST cybersecurity framework assessment with our incumbent chief information security officer. He assessed himself and looked on the dimensions. As in any institution I've started with, it started off very well in the respond category, meaning that we can react very quickly and respond well to external events and security threats. However, identify, protect, detect, respond, recover is the full gamut of information assurance. And I also wanted to get an external view. This is a firm called Risk Recon. It's a MasterCard subsidiary. They scan the external network of this institution from the outside in, and this is how they rated our institution. Now, I'm going to trust but verify a lot of different weights and measures because I want replication and reproducibility of our results, and I want to be able to discuss it. And I'll leave you with that thought on information assurance, is that we've got a lot to do, and information assurance is going to be where I spend my next 6 months personally, in addition to having the conversations with the community. Sorry I wasn't as short as Gerald, but I hope it was useful, and I'm happy to entertain questions.
Trustees, do we have any questions for Matt?
Chair C, this
Yes.
is Trustee Mills.
Go ahead.
And I apologize for my video. It's having a little bit of issue here, but I just wanted to say a couple of things. One is, as we know, there's a season for everything, and the leadership and cabinet that have sort of brought us to this point were in their right roles and did the right things. You know, we had a different revenue model, we had a different sort of technology environment. But as we move to where we are today, and as we move to our vision, you know, I've had an opportunity to spend time with both of these executives and could not be more pleased with both of them, both from a security, technology security and environment from Matt, and as well as this idea that if we want to be an R1 research institution, and we're going to try to raise revenue, grants, and research dollars, et cetera, operational excellence becomes another funding resource and also a mandatory scenario for us. And so the two of these gentlemen are headed down this path of operational excellence within the institution, which I think will drive funding for a lot of things that we're trying to accomplish as we move forward. So thank you both, and glad you're both on the team.
Thank you, Trustee Mills. Matt, I assume that we will be seeing that information assurance dashboard on a regular basis and see those scores going up?
Yes, ma'am, that's the intent.
Yeah, okay. All right, any other questions? None? So, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Alex, Mike, Gerald, and Matt for your leadership. Trustees, let's take a break, get our lunch, and then come back and do a working lunch on our board work planning. Thank you. go as an institution will help us determine how to best focus our time over the next 1 to 2 years so we can reach our goals. First, I've asked Trustee O'Cady as chair of the governance committee to share a high-level summary of the board self-assessment survey results. I'll then moderate a discussion on next steps that will inform planning efforts for our committees and boards' work in fiscal year 22. Trustee O'Cady, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair C. So this is one of the info items that we deferred from the Governance Committee report. I think we all agree that self-assessment is one element of good governance. If you'll recall, this board adopted at its June 2020 meeting a statement of board self-assessment. We then recently conducted a survey. I'm going to go over a summary of those with you. You have the full report in your materials, and I assume you've had a chance to look at them, but we're looking forward to having a discussion on some of the highlights from the report. As I think you know, self-assessment is considered a best practice by AGB. I think we all agree with that. But moreover, it's required by our accreditation body, SAC-COC, or the SAC-SCOC, just rolls off the tongue. So you'll remember that our last meeting, we approved the actual survey, and then that was administered over the last month. And I'm pleased to report that 100% of trustees participated. So thank you for your time and attention to that. And we're going to give a high-level summary of the results, not question by question and answer by answer, but rather sort of organize the responses in two categories. Basically, strengths, where 90% or more of the trustees agreed or strongly agreed, and then areas for improvement, where the results were a little bit more disparate. So in terms of the areas of strength, I think a couple of trends here, and it's important to note that I think this is an improvement since the last survey we did, which was the AGB conducted survey as part of the post-investigation action plan. But two areas that they had identified in particular were board orientation and then statement of expectations. And I think as you look at the responses to the questions here that were indicated as agree or strongly agree, it does seem that we've made progress in this regard. And I think as we all know, the orientation program is robust, and we continue to refine and develop our own statement of expectations for ourselves as trustees. If you look at other areas of strength, our relationship with the president is one in which we've, again, 90% agree or strongly agree. We know that we've had 3 presidents recently, interim president, and of course, President Cartwright on his 1-year anniversary here. I think I speak for all of us when I say we have close interaction with him. He is available. He gets our opinion on things. In addition to interaction with the president, I think our interaction with staff and understanding and fulfilling our fiduciary duties by the workshops that we've had, or by our ability to speak with staff before committee meetings or before board meetings to ask questions and to become more fully informed. I think those are all areas that the indication from the responses to the survey seems to suggest that, again, 90% agree or strongly agree with. So I think that's the good news, and sort of no surprise there, at least from my experience over the past year or so. On the other hand, areas for improvement, these are ones where the responses were more disparate and not a consensus on agree or strongly agree. Really 2 things, strategic planning and long-term goal setting, and then engagement with our various constituents. I think the 2 are related. The strategic planning is not surprising. We've had multiple leaders over a short period of time. We had investigation, post-investigation, we have interim leadership, and that is all starting to stabilize. We have a not interim president now for a year. You just heard from 2 new great leaders, including in the information tech and finance and facilities areas. And so I think now we can focus on strategy and long-term goal setting and planning. The other thing that we had in the past year was the global pandemic. And I think as President Cartwright mentioned, at first we're just sort of stabilizing and dealing with that, as opposed to having a lot of time for long-term strategic planning. But now is the time, and I think you heard in President Cartwright's remarks and others, and some of the dedication of time at this meeting and at future meetings, is that we are now steadily moving in the direction of strategic planning. And I think, and I would request, and I'm sure that President Cartwright would assure us that in this planning process, we will be engaging with our constituents, whether it be students, faculty, staff, alumni, the cabinet, important constituents in the community, donors, and other friends of the university. And so I think, in other words, the two things are connected, and I'm sure we will engage with those groups as we do our strategic and long-term planning. If you move to the next slide, a couple of the questions that we asked: what would trustees like to see the board accomplish? Consistent, with the prior comments. The board is ready to begin strategic planning conversations and trying to not only reach the goals of top 50 research institution, but also addressing some of our current challenges, including the student to faculty ratio, something we heard a little bit about during the public comment section at the beginning of this meeting. On the next slide, you'll see what changes or actions would we as trustees like to see in order to improve our performance. And one of the topics there that came up in the responses was committee structure and committee process and procedure, which is a good segue into the next information item, which I'll discuss after we discuss this one, which is to make sure that the committee structure, the function of the committees, and the board meetings are ideal in terms of meeting prep, opportunity to discuss, ask questions, and have them answered, so that as we make decisions in the boardroom, they're as fully informed and thoroughly vetted as we possibly can. So I know that's a high-level review. The materials are available. The biannual self-assessment is something we will continue to do. We can always tweak the questions. We always have the issue of new trustees coming on and others being more senior. But in general, we appreciate the fulsome response and the helpful comments. With that, Madam Chair, that would conclude my presentation. I look forward to any discussion.
Okay. Who would like to start the discussion on our self-assessment survey? Maybe have some conversation around the areas that we feel we would strengthen going forward, the strategic planning, the meeting with our constituents. Is there anyone that would like to have a comment or start a conversation? Trustee Harrington.
Sure, thank you. On the first of the summary slides, one of the things that I have been, this is where we're asking how effective are we essentially as a board. I was a little surprised that I think only 4 trustees went on a library tour, even though we're voting on something that was, tens of millions of dollars. We had a lengthy debate earlier about the nature of tenure. These are things that we really need to be, informed about. And so that, I think that two-way conversation with the administration is something, the administration is certainly very open and provides us with excellent information. I think we need to do our homework before we come to the meetings. And okay, on the issue at the prior board meeting about the library, I fully understand that the trustees that were appointed the day before couldn't necessarily do that, and I appreciate their willingness to then go and get educated on the topic of the library. But we need to know the business of the university better than we do, and I think the a series of workshops, we've been talking about it, is going to be important. But I think it's really on us as trustees to study that material well in advance of the meetings, get questions answered before the meetings, so that when we come here, we're not really sort of opening the question for the first time.
Comments? Okay, so not hearing comments, I'm going to assume that everybody's comfortable that we're going to focus going forward on these two areas that the survey addressed. And just in case you're not comfortable with having an open discussion, you all know you can talk to President Cartwright at any time, plus his senior leaders. I've really enjoyed, because I feel some things now, I don't have to spend President Cartwright's time. When I see a problem, I'll just call Gerald directly. And a lot of times now, I'll just text and call Matt Hall directly. So I hope we all feel comfortable with that. And Trustee Harrington, maybe that would make our preparation easier if we have direct communications with people who are knowledgeable about what needs to be done. So,
My only thought is
Christie.
that, yeah, thank you. My only thought is that one of the things that I asked early on was, can I have pre-briefings on each of the materials? And every one of the groups, I'm used to a public company environment where you have pre-briefings. And I asked to carry that forward with the staff here. And they've been spectacular about doing that. And I know that was, relatively speaking, new to them. But it's been really helpful for me. And I'd encourage everybody, if you're not doing it, please do it.
I think one thing I responded to in the survey was I felt that our material that we provide the board members needs to be better organized. There needs to be executive summaries. There needs to be the ability to understand, and Alex and I have tried to work this past year on having themes so that each board meeting has a theme, so that we can have a high-level view of what's going on, and better than ask for those pre-briefs that Trustee Christie mentioned. And we can always do the deep dive into the details, but let's face it, I know everybody's busy. It's difficult to do that. We don't live it every day. And our contributions are bringing our business perspectives to the business of the university. So anyway, I think I've asked the board office to spend more time working on documenting their processes, procedures, the way the board office operates, and I would encourage you to help them. They're going to brief us at the executive committee in May on those operations, and so anything you feel that would improve the way we operate or the materials as you're getting it, what would be easier for you, Trustee Martins, because you're on the road all the time, and what would make it easy for you to be able to be prepared and so forth?
Well, certainly materials in advance as early as we possibly can. And, I certainly understand that there are certain topics that we discuss that, come down to the posting date. And, it causes us to, have a short window. But, what materials are available and can be shared earlier, the better, I think, is what I would say.
Yeah.
To follow up on Trustee Christie's comment, the briefings are phenomenal. And they don't, I think what we've learned in the last year is they don't have to be in person. They certainly can be over the phone, they certainly can be virtual, but the briefings are outstanding. But, you can't give me enough information. I'm going to read it, and I'm going to evaluate it, et cetera. So don't ever worry about, from my perspective, of giving me too much. I'd rather have more as opposed to less, so that, I understand the detail. And I think the better we understand the detail before we come here, the less time we have to discuss it, right? Unless there are questions about it. So I guess those would be my sort of random and general thoughts.
I think that's what both Gerald and Matt are trying to do for us, is give us dashboards.
Yeah. The dashboards are incredibly helpful.
Dashboards help us see the correlation among all the different reports, and what do they mean, and why are they important. Okay. Yes, Trustee Conti.
The approach I've taken since I came here was really to run with your passion. And that is, if we have trustees, and we have a number of new ones, that identify areas that either they've worked in or that they love, and they take a portion of the university and work closely with that college or department, a lot of this comes naturally. So, and that isn't to say you ignore everything else, although, we tend to do that. It's a lot of work. But quite frankly, I pick up the phone and I'll ask someone very quickly for a summary rather than drive everyone crazy. But I know generally what's going on in the particular college that I'm involved with. But it also does something different for the university. It takes a board of 13 and spans them out in their expertise, and really, on a passionate basis, gets them involved. So all this information that you've got to read will come naturally. And there's a good part of this stuff that I've done that way. And there's others, of course, you've got to read and study. But I would encourage the new trustees to do that because it helps in all these areas.
And it allows us to look to each other as a subject matter expert, right? I mean, Joe, I look at you as, on the health side as, I lean on your expertise to help guide me, for example, right?
That's a good point.
Right.
So, Chair C, if I may, this is Trustee Mills.
Yes, Trustee Mills.
So again, I agree with all the comments beforehand. I also just want to see if it's possible to, as much as possible, have these briefings in a bit of a rhythm, right? So that the staff sort of knows what to expect and anticipate. Oftentimes the ad hoc conversations can be disruptive. We have to remember they're still trying to run an operation as well. And we don't want them spending 80% of their time, facing board member questions. So there's a bit of a balance. And if we can have, and I've obviously wanted to actively encourage briefings in my committee for sure. But if we can have that in a rhythm where it's on the calendar and people could choose to, execute that time or not, that's fine. But I do think we need to be careful about the number of ad hoc conversations that we have because that could be disruptive to the executives running the operation as well.
Good point. One thing that President Cartwright and I've talked about is putting together an annual work plan. I get it. We have one. Here's the meeting dates. But we're talking about what's the themes. And in talking to communications, Chad Bennett, if he can see those themes ahead of time, he's sending us now, I hope you're all getting it, this weekly UCF news. What are we in the news about? It's great for me. I just read through it all. But if he knows what the topics are, he could start selecting those news items. And it's probably a lot easier for us to read news items than papers on topics. And I've suggested that he start collecting the news items and putting them against the topics, ahead of time for the work plan, so that each time, to your point, Trustee Martins, he can give us, so if we're going to pick a particular topic, like we've decided the themed experience, and before that meeting, we'll have all these news articles around that either involve the university or something about other universities that are involved in that topic. And it'll help us create our awareness and get ready for the meetings. But I really do agree with you, Trustee Conti. I mean, obviously, I'm the engineer and the defense person, and so that's where I'm going to spend all of my time, but it's all in context because we were all running businesses in the context of the business aspects of the university as well.
Very good.
Other comments? Okay. Yes, Trustee Harrington, you have something else?
Just briefly, one of the things I think going forward with focusing on student-faculty ratio, one of the things I'd like to see will be comparisons to other universities in the state and out on a bunch of metrics, how many faculty, how many students, and there was a chart generated by, it's actually in the graduate and research IT group made this chart of our competing institutions and the nationally best public universities, how many students, how many faculty, how many research dollars, how many degrees awarded, how many advanced degrees, et cetera, and you could see how we were stacking up there, and it almost jumped out, what do we need to do? Well, we have about twice as many students as most of those universities, and we have about a third as many faculty.
Yeah, that was all very clear when Dr. Borden presented that in the November meeting, which is what was also driving us to the EPC, taking on that as a special topic. And my understanding from talking to President Cartwright and to the provost is there's a big focus, and part of that's enrollment strategy. You have to put all of these different pieces together, and they brought in experts to independently analyze what's going on and make recommendations. So I think coming up, not too far in the future, but certainly part of our strategic planning, we'll be hearing presentations on that.
I wonder if it could be done, pretty much everything we receive is as meeting materials. And so if you want to get something on a topic, you would have to go through all the prior meeting materials back a year or two, picking out that item. I wonder if we can channel this by topic, perhaps on the website.
That's what we said we were going to do.
Okay.
I just said that. We're going to do a work plan, and we're going to have it a year in advance, and we're going to pick particular topics. But I really would like him to have the opportunity, working with the provost and all the other people that were involved because enrollment's tied to the student-faculty ratio. There are a lot of different factors to consider. I'd like them to have the opportunity to do that instead of keep hammering on where we are today and giving me a metric tomorrow, where you are tomorrow, because we already know it's a problem. Next thing we want to hear is what are they going to do to fix it? And I'm confident, if you're not, talk to both of them, I'm confident that they're making the right steps to address it. Would you like to comment any further, President Cartwright?
I think this is all important as we continue to move forward. We need to start thinking more about the actions that we're going to be taking to address some of these issues. We agree that these are issues. The student-to-faculty ratio is an issue at this institution. It's a major challenge for us. We have to figure out the right way to address it, and we'll be working with the faculty and everybody to try to think about how we can address that over the next few years. And it will take us some time to get there. So I think in all of our topics, it's like that. And I like the idea of connecting the news articles with upcoming topics. I also think it's, if I heard Trustee Harrington, what he was also suggesting was prior presentations around a topic, we should link them in our board material so that if someone wanted to see what was presented in October around research, because we're going to talk about it again, there's the presentation rather than having to go back to that material. So I think that's an interesting way to collect prior stuff together. So,
and also have the board office pull it together and organize it in a manner that makes it logical.
That's all that'll be all helpful to us.
Any other comments? Okay, Trustee O'Kady, let's see. We charged the governance committee with assessing the board's current committee structure. So I'd ask you to go ahead and present the framework and the feedback that you received from trustees and how it's going to support the organizational framework that the president presented to us earlier.
Sure, will do. Thank you, Chair C. I think Trustee Harrington makes a good point, which is that as trustees, we all need to be fully informed. It's our duty and responsibility so that we can make good fiduciary decisions, on a fully informed basis. At the same time, we're entitled to and we should rely on and delegate to our professional staff so that we're not managing the organization, but that we're helping to lead it. I too think the briefings are incredible for that purpose, as are the committee meetings. So to segue, and I think one of the reasons our consent agenda, for example, this meeting can be as robust as it is because of the significant work that's done at the committee level and in the staff briefing. So as Chair C mentioned earlier this year, the Gov Committee was charged with reviewing the committee structure and performance. I asked staff to provide the committee with materials from AGB and other resources. We've discussed those at 2 meetings, including our last meeting. At our last meeting, we had a strong discussion about recommendations for restructuring. There is a proposed restructuring chart in your materials, I think is attachment A, and Karen, I don't know if we're going to put that up on the screen. I also asked staff to develop a timeline so that if we do adopt some restructuring to the committees. It will coincide with the fiscal year as well as the strategic alignment topics that President Cartwright just talked about. One of the things we talked about at length at the committee level was the various forms that committee alignment can take. For example, committees can align with the various prongs of a strategic plan. On the other hand, committees can align with the various operational divisions of the organization. And we had a good conversation about that. I believe we had general consensus that given the size and scope of our institution, as Senior Vice President Hector mentioned, we're a small city. We believe that operational alignment makes the most sense for UCF. We also believe that having the president's plan for strategic alignment, which we just got a view of, in hand to better inform our recommendations made sense. And so as we've just heard from him and some of members of his team with respect to updates in that regard, I think that we can pull up the proposed framework if we can put it on the screen. If not, I cannot see it, but maybe it's there. Yeah, okay. I'll just kind of briefly discuss this, and then again, we'll open it up for discussion. So in this proposed framework, you'll see some familiar committee names and some modifications. So the Finance and Facilities Committee under this proposal would be split into two committees, including a Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, which would be broader than just bricks and mortar, but technology, information, infrastructure, and then a Finance Committee. And as you know from our agendas, that committee, the combined committee today, has a lot to do. And so what we would like to do is be able to split that so that each committee can focus on and really elevate strategic issues in each of those areas, so that we can give them the board attention that they deserve. We recognize that in some instances there will be redundancy. So if you're financing a building, that matter may come before both committees. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. We don't want unnecessary duplication, but when there's duplication that results in checks and balances and more input from more trustees at the committee level, we don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Similarly, or to the contrary, the Comp and Labor Committee under this structure would be folded into two other committees. Specifically, the Presidential Assessment and Compensation would fall under the Governance Committee, and the collective bargaining agreements and activity would fall under the executive committee. And that's not in any way to undervalue those responsibilities at all. They're extremely important, but we recognize that those are less frequent in nature, and we're also trying to manage the overall number of committees. We also proposed to change the name and scope of what's presently the Education Programs Committee, to expand it to Academic Enterprise Committee as a reflection of an expanded and more strategic scope that focuses not only on educational programs, but on the academic mission in general, student success, performance-based funding, and our preeminence metrics. Lastly, the Advancement Committee, as you heard in President Cartwright's remarks, would be expanded to be not just focused on fundraising, but on all of those strategic partnerships in the community, as well as the brand and the reputation of the university in general. So within this framework, we have the same number of committees, but we've shifted the scope and the structure slightly. I want to emphasize that at the end of the day, we are 13 board members doing the collective body of work of these committees. I think whether we have 7 committees or 17 committees, it's still the same number of people doing the same amount of work. So I want to de-emphasize, a little bit the name of the committee or where it sits, because we're going to get the same job done no matter what. But at the same time, it's important to review the committee function periodically. It's a healthy exercise to review our structure and suggest, modifications for improvement. I think that is what we're doing here. We've also talked about the substance of the committee meetings, having materials in advance, having the briefings, the opportunity to ask questions, having committee day where we all know to set aside the day so that we can attend committees that we aren't even on, so that we're more informed for the board meetings. In terms of next steps, we'd love to get some input from the full board today, and then we'll bring that back to the committee at its meeting in June, with the hope of presenting actual proposal recommendation at the full board meeting later in June, with a proposed effective date, as I mentioned, of July 1 to coincide with our fiscal year. Madam Chair, that's the end of my presentation. I look forward to discussion.
Do we have any comments?
I guess I just have one, maybe in the form of a question. I know we discussed at the committee, Trustee O'Kady, the split of the Finance and Facilities Committee and the benefits of that. Do we envision populating those two committees with different trustees and no crossover, to your point of sort of checks and balances on those that cross, i.e. financing a building?
I think that's a great question, a great comment. If you want to have checks and balances, they probably need to be different people. We didn't talk about that specifically, but we should. One thing we did talk about is when we have a matter that needs to come before both committees, a large financing of a large project, for example, those two committees could have a joint meeting. They would vote separately, but you could meet jointly in terms of the presentation materials and so forth. But the suggestion of who sits on the committees is a good one and one we should consider.
I believe there's.
Think in my head about our members and their different skills. We do have members that facilities, is really their area. And we have members where finance is really their area.
Right.
And I don't think it'll be hard to separate that.
Separate
I
them,
hadn't
yeah.
thought of it like that, but I think that's a really good idea. And the recommendation, I understand, came from Gerald to separate those. They're so big, but I really liked that he was putting IT, and I had him add OT to the facilities side, right? Because it's infrastructure.
Right.
And so I think it helps us think about these different aspects of the organization differently, and helps us zero in on where we can really help, and that those of us who have different skills can contribute.
Right, and obviously populate the committees with the people who have those skills, as you said.
Yes. And I really liked, I think this exercise helped President Cartwright and his cabinet really think through the different job descriptions, which helped us think through our committee activities. And it gives us a very senior person to make sure that we're getting all the information we need. That doesn't mean we just go to the senior person, but that senior person may have a bigger view and help, and so everyone wins, right? Because the people at the various levels get to experience and learn why we're asking the questions and what it means across the university. I think I heard someone else.
I had a comment. I do believe there needs to be a strong continuity between the two, facilities and finance. I think that can be achieved by the segment on one side attending and listening to the other side, and still have separation of church and state with a Chinese firewall.
Without a doubt.
So I believe that does provide the continuity if approached that way.
Right.
I think that also helps our full board meetings too. I mean, we've seen that in our current committees, when other board members attend committee meetings that they're not on, they're well educated and they can come to the board meetings ready for the discussion.
And I think that's what helps separate the time. Remember, we used to meet in the morning and then in the afternoon. But this provides time for us to ask questions, for the staff to work with the board office to get answers to us, to make us more informed before we have a board meeting. Yeah.
So, Chair C, if I may, this Trustee Mills.
Yes, Trustee Mills. Go ahead.
So I'm actually, serving on other corporate boards, et cetera. Actually, I don't necessarily believe the concept of separating church and state at the board level is actually a good concept. At a board level, what you want is more overlap so that you could have sharing of information and collaboration between committees as much as possible, particularly committees dealing with very similar issues. So while that is while that is a fundamental concept in the operations of an organization, a derogation of duty, and those types of scenarios, that's not a concept at the board level. Having said that, my second comment is, given the volume of work on any given committee, sometimes it is important to separate those two just to kind of try to manage the volume of activities, et cetera. I would actually maybe even think about an additional suggestion to this particular chart, this is our first time obviously discussing it. If we wanted to separate finance and facilities / infrastructure, separate those items, then I would probably go a step further and potentially combine the audit and finance team, right? When you start looking at the kinds of duties and the workload between the two, the finance, obviously in the audit, you're obviously reviewing financials all the time, et cetera. And in finance, you want to understand controls. And we're obviously not a big M&A organization. And generally speaking, the only time those two are separated is if you have a bunch of M&A activity where it keeps the finance committee busy. That's not the case here. And so those duties overlap significantly. The duties that are listed on this chart overlap significantly with kind of the audit side of the business, which are very particular. So two separate comments, meaning it should not be an issue around control. It should not be an issue around checks and balances. Again, that's not a concept at the board level. But then the second comment is really if we could even have an opportunity to consolidate further if it's a function of volume management and then combine audit and finance.
Chair C, I could respond to, I think, both of those. Good comments, Trustee Mills. I think on the first one, checks and balances, maybe not the best terminology. And I'll give you an example. So we approved a regulation today that was approved by the governance committee, but it had also been reviewed by the education committee because it's an educational matter in nature. That's not a check and balance as much as what you just described, which is building more consensus. And we want regulations to go through the governance committee, but if it's a regulation about academics, it also makes sense for us to know that the education committee agrees with it, right? So checks and balances maybe is not the right term. And I think our goal in saying it is what you just described, which is broader consensus and more people being involved. On the second point, I will say there are some statutory rules that we have to adhere to with respect to our audit committee and how it's comprised and what it can and cannot do. I'm not the expert on it, but I think Yandi or others could speak to that. And there may actually be a statutory reason to keep audit and finance separate, but I'll defer to others to technically answer.
Yeah, I agree with your first comment, Mike. Trustee O'Kady, that would be correct. Building consensus is a better description of what they ultimately want to do every time.
Agreed.
Yandi, did you want to comment on the other one? Because there may be some information I'm not aware of.
Yes, thank you. There's a requirement that there be a committee assigned to have the audit and compliance functions. It doesn't have to be the only topics handled by that committee as I read the regulation. If Rhonda is on the line, she might chime in. But
I am.
They do have to have a committee assignment, the concepts do, so.
Chair C.
Go ahead, Rhonda.
There are two regulations, one covering the compliance and ethics program and one covering our audit program that specifically spell out the development of an audit and a compliance committee at all the state university system institutions. When this regulation, to give you a little bit of history, when it went into effect, there were some of the universities that had combined their audit and finance together. And the Board of Governors had a lot of concerns about how those committees were operating and creating the appropriate distance and independence that both your compliance and your audit functions needed. So they actually spelled out specifically that those committees be broken apart and that there be a single audit and compliance committee, which is what you now see in regulation. And why, when you look across the state university systems, you see an audit and compliance committee sitting there. The other thing that I think is helpful in response is that our audit team does a lot of operational audits, but they do not audit financials done by our state auditor. Not that they don't do any financial auditing, but the university's actual financial statements are audited by the state auditor.
Trustee Harrington?
For the finance and facility split, and I raised the concern in the committee that we do have the danger of a lot of duplicate effort, and if everybody typically, or most of us, attend all the meetings, we're all going to consider each of these big items twice. And so I understand there's some interest in actually separating the consideration. We mentioned in committee about the possibility of having joint meetings. So we could have the split, but when we're going to consider something that will come before both committees, hold that as a joint meeting, break out at the very end and let each committee have its vote, and that way avoid the duplicate time to consider each item twice.
Trustee Harrington, any other comments? Okay, thank you, Mike. Let's see. All right, I do appreciate all the work that the governance committee put into this effort and analyzing our surveys and working with the president's office on the whole organizational concept and how we could better align our board and the board activities, which are the committees, with the president's new leadership team. So I'll now just move on to our last meeting segment, which is fiscal year 21-22 strategic planning for becoming a top 50 research university. So trustees, we're in the last quarter of my term as UCF's board chair. And during this term, I feel, successfully transitioned from what seemed to be an advisory board into a full governing board. So in the context of planning, there are 3 levels: tactical, operational, and strategic. And during this term, the board's been engaged primarily in tactical planning to assist the university in addressing the significant number of recommendations from the investigation and other high investment challenges, leaving the operational planning and execution to the administration. With this transition behind us, we now have more time to focus on strategic planning, while still engaging in tactical planning opportunities that may arise, such as partnerships with government and industry, and continuing to fill our responsibilities in financial management, compliance, and other important areas. Having heard the President's preliminary objectives for our new strategic plan and our own self-assessment, I'd now like to open the floor for the board to discuss or get your thoughts on initiating this strategic planning process. Do I have any thoughts? Everybody's tired for meeting? Yes, Trustee Conti.
I believe we've touched upon this, I think, in many areas today and always. And that is, I just think as human beings, we have a bandwidth of focus. And certainly that applies to strategic planning. You know, when I get a strategic plan that's 100 pages long with 18 or 25 goals that could have their own length and, an effort, I know nothing will be done. I think what we need to do is have a progression in this plan of getting to the top 3 or the top 4. And I think 4 is max in terms of what you think will actually occur within the period the plan applies. When I ran my company of 34,000 employees, believe me, I made sure that only 2 or 3 issues, and if I impacted the company by getting those done that year, I was thrilled. Leaving maybe very important ones aside. But again, through priority discussions, then you take those next and you understand that you got the top 3, or at least the ones that were important to you. So I look for the strategic plan to be way more practical than in the past.
Yeah.
I understand 5-year plans are a thing with banks and with other entities, but 3-year is much more appropriate. And again, we're human beings. 5 years is meaningless. 2 years ago, we didn't know this would happen. Took 2 years out of 5 years. Threw everyone's strategic plan down the drain. So quite frankly, I'd be looking at a lot more useful kind of plan that is easily accessible and understood.
And work on it and modify it as we go, because it's easy to understand and it's easy to see what's bubbling up. And what are your thoughts on that, President?
I couldn't agree more with Trustee Conti. I remember when we first started this conversation last year, I talked about the need for a roadmap, because what I believe in is having specific milestones. Here's what we're going to try to accomplish by this date. And that's consistent with what you're saying, is that for us to really be able to execute on any number of topics, we can't have too many. We won't be able to really follow through and do all the work that's needed. So we'll have to think of what are those top 3, 4 that we're going to get done in a 3-year window. I think, for us, we also want to have that long-term goal in mind for where we're headed as a university. But I understand what you're saying, and I agree with that, is that having specifically over the next 3 years, here's what we're going to try to do, and specifically this coming year, here's what we're going to do. I think that would be very helpful for all of us.
And I don't think it interferes with your operational excellence. I mean, you still have to work on the enrollment problem and on, but those, I don't know that the board would pick those as strategic items. Those are things that you're going to take care of, right?
Yes, and what will happen anyway during this process is that we are already having other units looking at what they're going to be doing, right? We're working on the Academic Health Sciences Center. They will have specifically 3 or 4 top priorities that they're going to be doing. So there's going to be more that'll be happening across the whole institution. It's just, I agree with you that here's our emphasis area at the highest level, but then a lot of the other units need to be doing similar activities to move forward.
So, Chair Steve, this is Trustee Mills, if I can again.
Go ahead.
Since Rhonda and Yandi aligned me the last comment, what is our statutory requirement to the BOG relative to our strategic plan that we have to submit to them? If I could start there.
I'll have to get back on that. I'm sorry. I cannot.
Because I do, for some reason, and I could be wrong, but just thinking from my last rotation, I thought there was a requirement. I thought it was a 5-year strategic plan, even though I sort of agree with Trustee Conti in a sense. But and it obviously gives us a lot of flexibility to do what we want to do. But I just wanted to make sure we have that as a foundation of where we're starting as we begin this process.
We will check into that, Trustee Mills. I think we can still do, if it is 5 years, if it's 10 years, I mean, I still think there's an opportunity for us to talk about it, and here's where we're going to be in those 5, 10 years, but also having a very specific, here's our goals over the next 1 to 3 years.
Agreed.
Is a way we can do that. Yeah, okay, thank you.
It's in red. Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you. Oops. Do you have any other comments, suggestions? Trustee Harrington.
So we've had a lot of strategic plans floated in this university in the last several administrations. I think in a situation like the one where we find ourselves in, where we are overextended in terms of teaching load, we are seeing, cut from the state, and granted it's hopefully just this year, but still, it is meaningless to have a plan with goals without a roadmap for getting there. You can't say, we want to lower the student-faculty ratio to 15, so we'll double our faculty, but not actually say how we're going to get the money to do that. And I think the focus on actual achievable paths is at least as important as the goal, because we can dream all we want, but until we solve certain problems, notably financial, we're not going anywhere. And so having the plan give the pathway, I think, is important.
I agree. I also think that the plan ought to be, we should look at it at every board meeting.
Yes. Yeah, I think we
Because
should.
this last plan that we spent, we got everybody that we could find off the street to contribute to it. It's sitting on a shelf. So we have 5 years of something that's sat on a shelf. We don't need that, and if we don't pay attention to it, if we don't consciously say we're going to keep checking to make sure that if you pick 3 or 4 items, that those are still the 3 or 4, then it's just going to be another waste of time.
Yeah, I could envision, and I'll talk with my team about it, but I can envision where, as part of this, we develop just a set of dashboards related to the strategic plan that says exactly where we are at any time. I think that's where we're headed with everything that we're doing. So we should make that part of what we do in the strategic planning. And as we move along, think about it in that context. I do want to comment on Trustee Harrington's, and actually your comment about the previous strategic planning. I'm sure, because I can think about what I've seen in the plan, there are some things in the plan that still make a lot of sense for this institution. There's things that we could actually try to move forward on, and I think we should do that. We should figure out, and we can have a group, we can have a process where there's a group that looks through all of what's in that plan and what we take forward. That's what we should do. And then think about, because that work was done and we had a lot of challenges during the last number of years where we weren't able to execute on the plan. I don't think it makes, I don't want us to just waste all of that work that was done by everybody. I think we can start from there and move forward.
Yes, Trustee Conti and then Yandi Lin.
Okay. In relation to what you're saying, I think what you'll find as you go through that, because I remember these meetings, you'll find a lot of tactical approaches to issues in this plan. And if you can look through that, and very important, if you could look through that and identify what's what, you could come up with priority, real goals. But that's probably what you're going to find in a plan that size, a mix-up of understanding of what is and what isn't, so a goal.
And we can have a great group come together with our faculty, administrators, and we can do that relatively quickly with some workshops and other things that we could, as an institution. And that gives us a starting point that launches the process in the fall where we get full engagement with all of our faculty and students and everybody, so that there's a framework to start from and agree on what are the key things we should be addressing.
And the community has
And the
their
community.
30-year plan, so let's make sure we're looking at that as well.
Absolutely.
Yandi.
Yes, thank you very much. Just circling back, Trustee Mills, to your question, we have a BOG regulation requirement. I'm not finding a match in the statute, so I'm going to assume it's entirely in the BOG. Each Board of Trustees will adopt a strategic plan that's in alignment with the BOG's strategic plan. So they just amended theirs in 2019. Things that may have gone a little off track in 2020, but in addition, each Board of Trustees will prepare a multi-year work plan and report for the Board of Governors, top priorities and stuff. So I mean, it's all along the lines of what you're talking about, but there's, I'm imagining that it's going to tie in to the period of time that the BOG strategic plan is tied in with.
Thank you. That's exactly what I recall, in the sense that, I think theirs is a 2025 kind of, their latest one, as amended in 2019. So I'm only saying that as way of process, right? As we think about how we get from this meeting going forward, we just need to keep that in mind as we think about where we're starting from relative to our plan going forward and developing this strategic plan. And candidly, our work plan sometimes can be a little bit ceremonial, if you will. And I actually do think we can integrate it into this so that it's much more substantive, and we're, again, talking about it at our board meetings more.
Great. Our June meeting will tactically focus on medical, the health science area. but I think maybe you'll be ready with at least the initial review of the community, what we have, everything, and maybe be ready to at least not make a recommendation, but show us what's bubbling to the top. We could make that part of the meeting as well.
Yeah, I think what we'll do is make sure we have all of the information together, the BOG strategic plan, our prior strategic plan. We'll put all of those things together and then start a process where we have the initial discussion around what's in those and how the previous, one thing is just an assessment too of how well the previous plan actually aligned with the BOG plan. And then we'll see what we need to change. And I think we should be in a position where we can bring to you, here's what we know, and here's the things that we need to work on over the next few months to be ready.
And also, I think a key thing is going to be what can we afford?
Oh.
And that's where Gerald comes in. I mean,
Yeah.
come on. Or that'll tell us where we have to start shifting
Right.
attention, focus, resources, investment, so.
I will say that's something that Gerald and I talk quite a bit about is how do we afford the things that we need to do. You know, I think Trustee Harrington's heard me say this before, vision without resources is a hallucination. And that we don't want that to happen. And so what we have to do is we need, the reason that we're changing our administrative structure as a university is the recognition that we need specific attention paid to how we're using our resources, existing resources, and that is what Senior Vice President Hector would really be focused on. But the second part of that is doing things differently than other universities and thinking about how we look at the partnerships and other revenue-generating opportunities that may be there. And that's why we're creating this other external affairs and advancement group, is because we really need to identify additional resources. And I think that's what Trustee Harrington's getting at is we need to be planning that we can't rely just on the existing resources we have either from the state or from tuition, but we need to find other revenue streams that are going to allow us to do the things we want to do.
Jesse, the only other thing I'd add is, you know, we've stated this quite a bit in the past, and as we look at the allocation of resources, the question of what do we want to be known for? You know, beyond a top-tier research university. You know, is it our space program? Is it, you know, whatever the disciplines are? What are we going to be known for nationwide, worldwide, that if I want to study aerospace, I go to UCF, right? And I think if we ask ourselves that question, that can help us delineate, you know, where those resources go and, you know, what we focus on.
And maybe we start with what we're known for now.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Hospitality,
Modeling and
simulation,
right.
directed energy.
Right.
You always start with what your strengths are. You always start with what your strengths are.
Yeah. Okay, well, if there are no other comments, and I just have a few brief announcements before we adjourn. Our next regular meeting of the Board of Trustees is June 17th. The Board of Governors is scheduled to meet on June 22nd, 23rd at USF St. Petersburg campus. And the board office will share more information regarding those events as we get closer to the dates. Thank you for your time today. I feel this was a very productive meeting. I hope our next meeting, more people will feel comfortable being here together. It's great to see you all, and I look forward to our next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.